Oh my goodness. Am I alive? Did I get stuff done? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is uploading slowly. There we go. Hello, everybody. Oh, I'm a goober. I'm a goober. Hello, Longstocks. How you doing? Oh, wait. I need to do this. I need to get another chat on screen. There you go. Pop out this chat. Move you over here. Put you into live chat mode. Stretch the entire reload. And things are working. Things are working. Things are happy. It's a Tuesday morning stream. Been a while since we did one of these. We're still celebrating 5,000. I do have something in for work, so 5,000 subs. I also need to check the Warhammer website. Like, what weapons does a Spartan... Like, apparently you can give a Spartan Assault Tank. What's down here? Nothing new. Nothing new yet. You can give a Spartan Assault. Okay, maybe we'll just type Spartan would be better. Hello, Denizen of Misery. Spartan. Here we go. Because it can have apparently laser destroyers on it. But I don't see any laser destroyers on the sprue. According to my army list, it can be equipped with them. Yeah, see, they're just normal last cannons. They're not laser destroyers. Oh. The Spartan is armed with 2 Sponson-mounted last cannon arrays, as well as twin-linked full-mounted weapons. Your choice of heavy bolt to heavy flame or last cannon. Both the sponsons and the front transport ramp can be assembled gluelessly. The kit also includes components to upgrade the Spartan to a pintle mounted Havoc launcher, heavy bolt to heavy flame and multi-mounter. Whereas a searchlight, dozer blades. I don't know if a dozer blades will fit in this. Congrats on 5k. Thank you! You came to preach heresy. Pineapple on pizza, you know. Pineapple is just bad. Pizza is just bad. Pineapple and pizza somehow works. I'm joking. I don't like pineapple. Never been a fan. Not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of pizza either, especially like traditional ones, because they're made with mozzarella cheese. And I know people like mozzarella, but I don't. It's never been like something that my stomach likes. And it's one of those weird things. What does it do to me? Oh yeah, because mozzarella is really stringy, and when you're eating it, well, for me anyway, it always gets stuck in the back of my throat. Like, I'll have this long string of mozzarella going like from the pizza into my mouth, down my throat, and into my tum-tums, and it's not nice. I'm not good with string. It's one of those things like, do you know, the string beans, the monstrua, whatever they call them. I can't eat them because the strings always get stuck in the back of my throat as well. I'm like, ugh. I'm like a cat with a hairball. Wait. I'm like a cat with a hairball. It's never too much cheese. I prefer cheddar cheese and, you know, other types of cheeses on my pizza. Not the mozzarella. Not the mozzarella. Get rid of it. And Parmesan. Ah, I love Parmesan. Hello, Mercury. You just came back from listening to Dreamworld. Ooh. You haven't done nothing. That means you've done something. And Tokyo Reggae. I think I know Tokyo Reggae. I think there's also like a short anime thing called Tokyo Reggae. There we go. Oh, I was watching this thing by like one of the massive animated film directors. And it was called Snow Bear. I posted the link in Autumn promo on the Discord. Oh my gosh, it's such a sad... It's so sad. It's such a beautifully animated film. Like a short film, it's 11 minutes. Are you talking about anime lyrics music video? Might be. No. Now I swear I saw like a an animated thing that was named Tokyo Reggae. Like as I don't know. I imagine it was probably to do with the song. I also might just be mixing things up in my head. But oh, I need to check. I need to check to make sure my army list with the Spartan tanks in. You know, I'm actually using Spartan tanks. Okay, heavy relic battle line. Spartan tank, load, 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 load. My internet is really slow today for some reason. There we go. So scroll down. So yeah, so that's a Spartan. Yeah. Okay, frontal weapons can be twin-linked heavy flamer. Okay, that's fine. Can't use a last cannon. And I have to take the quad destroyers. By the way, what do you think we should do for pin tool mounted weapon? On fisting. Okay, there we go. Save that, go to list. And then close it. Close it. Hello, Mal. We go to the handcam. We go to the handcam. Look at it. We got stuff. See. I thought we would have like the quad last cannon option here. But we don't. We just got twin linked last cannons. We just got, I say quad. We got quad last cannons. I was thinking we'd get the laser destroyer. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. I mean, quad last cannons, they're good. They get one extra shot, but they're weaker. So normally laser destroyers get 3 shots at strength 14, AP -4, damage D6 +1, and they have a heavy keyword. Quad last cannons get 4 shots at strength 12, AP -3, damage D6 +1. So the last cannons have a chance to do more damage, but each shot's less likely to do more damage. Or as much damage. But what I'm thinking, we got a pin tool mounted weapon option. And we got lots of options, but I'm thinking I want to go with like a heavy bolter, that thing, or a multi-melter. Heavy bolter gets 3 attacks at strength 5, AP -1, and then damage 2. And it gets sustained hits, so if you roll of a 6 to hit, generates 1 additional hit, so on average it gets 2.5 hits. Against Space Marines, it gets not 1.7 wounds and like 0.8 get through for armor, damage 2, so 1.6 damage to them. Multi-melter gets 2 attacks at half the range, so instead of 36 inches it's 18. At strength 9, AP minus I think it's 4 and damage D6, but at 9 inches it gets an additional +2 damage. So that means it will get 2 attacks, hits and fees, 1 1/3 to get through, wounds and 2s. So that means just over 1 wounds. AP -4, no armor save, damage D6. So times that by 3.5. On average, 3.5 damage to them. But there's a chance you roll a 1 and it won't even do full wounds. So honestly, they're very similar to one another in terms of damage output. Because if you go into like against a Space Marine, then you don't say your average damage is 3.5 of a weapon. Instead, you say there's a 5 in 6 chance of doing more than 1 damage. So basically 2 damage. And then a 1 in 6 chance that you only do... Yeah, so if they do similar damages to Space Marines. Heavy bolter slightly better against things like Guardsmen and Gaunts, because it gets more shots. Multi-melter's better against more heavily armoured things like Terminators and tanks and stuff. I mean, we could give it a heavy flamer instead. You know what I'm thinking? That's a bad thing to do, me thinking. Oh, look, it's a little hand pointing. It's a little pointer hand. I've never built one of these before. Oh my gosh, it's a bow and arrow. It's not a bow and arrow. That's the Eye of Horus. The Eye of Horus. He's watching you. He's watching you. Whoa. She thinking it's hard to think. We're not good at the thinking over here. I'm thinking if I put these Aquillas on, I'll cut off a little lightning bolt. Yeah, then we got these things. Then we got some tracky parts. And some of these parts. And I think that's a heavy flamer. Those are heavy bolters. Those are last cannons. Now for 40k rule set doesn't have the last cannons on it. Now we don't have to glue in these weapons, mind you. We could always just have them set there. But I think for this big old vehicle we need instructions. Hey, no kisses. But how tanky? I have seen whole Photon army empty out on a tank and it almost survived. Okay, the Spartan is incredibly tanky. I'll show you the rules of a Spartan so you can actually see it as well. Actually, it's got Legends rules. I can just go to the website, right? Downloads, 40k. I think it'll be in Faction Pack, Space Marines at the moment. Oh gosh, I forgot about the loading. I hope it doesn't lag out this stream. So, actually, we'll just go Control F, Spartan. Here we go, Spartan. So here we go. It's toughness 12, 2 plus armor save, 18. Oh, I thought it'd be tankier. It's very big. It's bigger than a Land Raider. Movement 10 inches. It has the assault ramp keyword. So if it moves, something can get off, can disembark from it and still charge that turn. The model is equipped with 2 quad last cannons, twin heavy bolter, armored track. It can be equipped with one of the following as a pin tool mounted weapon. This model's 2 quad last cannons can be replaced with 2 laser destroyers. This model's twin heavy bolter can be replaced with 1 twin heavy flamer, and it can transport 28 Space Marines. A Land Raider can transport 12 Space Marines. A Land Raider Crusader can transport 18. It transports a lot. Don't slay the no! Cuptle's beautiful. Cuptle, don't let them slay you. So yeah, it's very tough. Like, how tough is it compared to like a Land Raider? Control F. Land Raider. Okay, we're gonna have to just get through the FAQ real quickly. There you go, Land Raider Helios. So a normal Land Raider, toughness 12, 2 plus armor save, 16 wounds. It's got 2 more wounds. It's not as tanky as I'd like it to be then, compared to a normal Land Raider. It's got a lot more damage output, like it gets twice as many shots than these Warhammer last cannons. You are my keeper, you are my friend. You do. Yeah, an armoured transport of truly massive proportions, the Spartan is a heavy assault tank created to carry large numbers of troops into the very heart of enemy territory, slugging off weapons fire that would annihilate lesser vehicles, with it while its quad last cannons claim victims of their own. 28. My OCD is killing me that it isn't 30. Assume it's the driver's seat. No, so 28 is... So the reason that you don't have like round numbers at the moment is... So like a Land Raider can transport 12, I believe it is. The Redeemer can transport 14. The Crusader can transport 16. And the reasons for these things is... You got 10 people, so a full squad of dudes, plus 2 characters who can join it. Or you've got 5 Terminators who take up 2 seats each, and then a character who can join them. For things like the Redeemer, you can imagine being able to take 6 Graphis dudes who take up 2 seats each for 12, and then 1 character for 14. For the Crusader, it gets a bit weirder, but it's like how I've got the Crusader set up for one of my army lists is 6 Blade Guard in it, 2 characters join them, then 5 Sword Brethren, and 2 characters join them. Yeah, so that's 8 plus 7 for 15. Yeah. You don't know what to say right now? Well, don't worry about it. Oh, we got legs. I didn't finish building the Contemptor Dreadnought. Hi, Sparky. How you doing? So, when it comes to like the 28 and it's not being 30, I imagine it's basically 2 Redeemers. So what this allows you to do is have 6 like Eradicators or Aggressors, which are Graphis armored dudes, and a character in each unit. So that's 14 each. Alternatively, you can have like a full Crusader squad with 2 characters attached to it, and then a Sword Brethren squad with a character attached to them for, again, 28. It's effectively just unit plus characters can go in it. What this could also do for Spartan Assault Tank is you could have 2 squads of 5 Terminators, each with an Ancient and a Captain leading them, which would also be 28. You could have a squad of 10 Terminators with 2 characters joining it for 24. But yeah, that's just the reason it works. It's they want a number of things added together. Like that. New recruit. My list. I need to check the Crusader how much it can actually transport. Siege Force. Siege Force. Siege Force. It's a Siege Force. Yeah, so Land Raider normally can transport...
Time to hunt down a cupcake.
12 models. No, don't hunt down Cupcake. Native Engine. And hello, Anthony. Notifications trying to hide me. God, Cupcon given stream. Hide your God-given stream. No! Evil notifications. So what does this do? Yeah, this one transports 16. And what do I have in it? I have 6 Blade Redeemers, so a Blade Guard. 2 characters, that's 8. 5 Sword Brethren, and 2 characters joining them for 15. Yeah. So that's why you get some weird numbers. That being said, this is a really weird... The Crusader does have really weird numbers for it. Like, it's very hard to get 16 things in it as a single squad. What else could you have? Oh, Grimaldus. Grimaldus is, does he take up 5 slots? Yeah, he has how many servitors in his unit? 3. So yeah, he takes up 4 slots. He can join like a Crusader squad. For 10, that would be 14. No, that would be 14 again. There's another character can't join his unit. Oh, actually, no. I was about to say the Crusader Ancient could probably join him. But no, it can only be Captain, Executor, or Lieutenant model. And as far as I'm aware, that doesn't include Grimaldus. Yeah, it doesn't have an Executor keyword, or Lieutenant, or Captain. What else could you do? I mean, you could go for... You're gonna go listen to Fire Dance Sunbirds, Lady Magnolia, and Domino Toramani. Oh. So, Wednesdays, am I right? It's a Tuesday! Well, for me, it's a Tuesday. But, yeah, I don't know what else. You could have the Centurions. Centurions take up 3 seats each, so a squad of 3 would normally take up 9. No characters can join them, though, and if you have a squad of 6, then it would take up 18 seats, so it wouldn't fit in the Crusader. Squad of 10 Terminators wouldn't. Maths. Lots of maths. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a squad that could fit inside. Ooh, actually. 6 aggressors with biologists and a captain in graphics armor. That's 8. 16. Yeah! So 6 aggressors take up 2 seats each. That's 14. Plus an apothecary biologist. That's another 2 seats. Can join that squad. Plus captain can also join the squad. That's 8. 2 seats each. 16. Yeah! There we go. That's a squad that can fit nicely inside the Land Raider Crusader. Right outside, found €50 on the floor. You found €50 on the floor! Oh my goodness! How many of them will you need to fit all your 129 Terminators? So Terminators take up 2 seats each. Yeah. So you need transports that can, 158. Also, I'm going to have 139 because I decided eventually I'll get some of the new Cataphractii Terminators just so I can have a direct comparison. None teleports right behind you, nothing personal, kid. I mean, that is actually how most of my Terminators will behave. My Relic Terminators will come in via the Spartan Assault Tanks. What other Terminators are there? I've got 2 Assault Squad Terminators that will come in with normal Land Raiders, but that's a squad of 5 each with a chaplain in charge of each one. In the same army list, 10 Terminators, a captain and an ancient will teleport in that list. The main army list will have a mixture of teleporters and just being out on foot. But generally you need 129, so that's 258. Divide that by 28. And that's how many Spartan Assault Tanks would be needed. So, to transport everybody... Yeah, you need 10 of them. You need 10 of them. Because that 10 would be 280, but 9 would be 252. Which isn't enough for them all. 3 days and not 1 Terminator fully painted. Look, I've not even undercoated a single Terminator. Oh wait, is that your Terminators? Yep, models take ages to paint. Don't worry about it. We've still not finished our...
You know what you should bring? The fly transport. Storm Raven? And then you can stand by for Titanfall or Dreadnought at the same time.
Yeah, the Storm Raven's pretty cool. I do have a Storm Eagle in that list. The Storm Eagle's like a Storm Raven. It just has more transport space and it's bigger. Has more missiles, but less weapons all in all, because it doesn't have a big assault bolters on the side. It's cheaper points-wise. It's got the same ability in terms of, like, reducing the damage of things coming in, and it can also transport a Terminator, but it's got, like, twice as much transport capacity, so you can bring in a full squad of 10 Terminators on it. Just stop painting, then just buy models. Yeah! One must imagine Cupcon happy. Me happy? Impossible! Impossible! Okay, so I got this thing. It wants E1. Oh, it does say E right there. E. How old is this? It's 2021. Oh, this is younger than I expected. Okay, so I want E1, so I want this piece. That is where it holds the sponsons on. There we go. Stand by for Titanfall Dreadnought. Yeah, so I do have a Storm Eagle in that list, and the Storm Eagle doesn't transport Terminators. Instead, it transports 20 Assault Marines and a Judiciar and a Marshal. I don't have a Marshal yet. I'm going to be using Fafnir, who is a Horus Heresy character. I'm going to convert him into a Marshal. He's an Imperial Fist Horus Heresy character, so and do you want to see Fafnir for model? It's absolutely beautiful model. And it's plastic. Back to the website. We're not going to build this today, are we? Fafnir. Look at this. Fafnir ran. Oh my goodness. Now that's a Marshal. The website have been here so many times already today. Oh, I just love this guy. Yeah, I'm definitely going to... I probably cut off some of the Imperial Fist symbols and those axes. Probably not use that shield and backpack and give them instead a modern Space Marine backpack and replace his head. And replace this shoulder pads. Probably keep one Imperial Fist symbol on them. Hello, Honorary Space Wolf. So Fafnir Ran is really cool. I like him. Oh, I don't like some of the designs of this. Got a little bit of sprue, but it's very easy to accidentally cut off that little thing next to the bit of sprue. This is why a little crafting knife is good. I like this crafting knife, except for one time I dropped it. Because when I was doing screen tone cutting up, I put it down, and when you're cutting with screen tone, you don't have as much like stuff cluttering your desk. Because you want a nice flat surface. And well, for knife rolls, doesn't really have anything that stops it, and goes straight down into my leg. Because this bit is obviously heavier than this bit. I mean, you kind of want that because you use these knives when you're cutting screen tone like that. Well, preferably not like that you want to go down the line. You'd have like a ruler. Not a plastic ruler. You cut up a plastic ruler from experience. Okay, then we want B1, B1, B2, B3, B3, my child, B3. Does this have like a bee on it? Because sometimes they say, oh yeah, it does. It's got a little bee on it. Oh my gosh. There's a bee in my bonnet. There's a bee in my bonnet. You got food, you got food. There's a bee in your bonnet. Do, 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 do. That's 6. That's 8. That's 3. B3. B2. B1. Oh, there's 2. That's 2 piece I want. You got stabbed by the stick. I did get stabbed by the stick. And it wasn't that painful. I just put a plaster on it. Well, actually, I had to like put a really tight plaster on it to stop the bleeding. where it is. It's fine. Don't worry about the sound of things falling over. I would love to meet the entire legion of Emperor's Children, not the Space Marines, no questions or whatnot. The Space Marines. So, like, the Emperor's Children before they fell to chaos, or the Emperor's Children after they fell to chaos? Because there's two different Emperor's Children's right there. And they're not like some of the other chapters where, you know, a lot of the things that we know about them after they fell to chaos, like the word bearers were not as bad. Actually, no, they were. Which is the ones? The Thousand Sons weren't quite as, like, at the height of the Horus Heresy, they weren't quite like what they are now. The World Eaters weren't as bad as they are now. Iron Warriors definitely were not. The Night Lords have barely changed in the history since the Horus Heresy. And the Word Bearers, honestly, are just very similar still. They've just gotten a bit worse. Emperor's Children, they fell to depravity very quickly. Some of the worst stuff that they did was during the Horus Heresy, in terms of just being corrupted. The Traitor Legion, not the Loyalists. Why would you want to meet the Traitor Legion? That's like the worst thing. They'll turn you into a piece of art. Skin you alive sort of thing. It's arguably better to be captured by the Night Lords than it is by the Emperor's Children. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Night Lords treat the cultists and stuff that they have with them better than what the Emperor's Children treat their cultists. Although it's weird to call the Night Lord cultists. More interns. And labourers. Although I've heard that some of the, like, interns and stuff are treated quite surprisingly quite fondly by the Night Lords. Or some of the Night Lords anyway. Like, if you're doing a service for them and you're doing it well, they'll be like, you know what? I like you. We reward you for that. Oh, it fits. Before and after chaos, World
Before
Eaters.
and after chaos, World Eaters, angrier and redder. Death Guard, stinkier. Emperor's Children, redacted. Night Lords, no difference.
Yeah. I think the Night Lords were arguably better before Conrad came along. Like, they still weren't great. They were already acting a lot of the ways that they behaved when Conrad came along. But they were generally more Batman-like rather than not as quite as sadistic. Very weird. There we go. You can be emo, but you can't out-emo. Shrike from the Raven Guard. Shrike is great. Shrike has an amazing model. Oh, has everyone been voting in the favourite model from 2025? I think there's a chance to win something. Like you can win 2 of the top models. I think I voted Shrike for 40k. And my favourite model from Horus Heresy is the... Oh, what's that called? The tech woman. Magister or something. Absolutely love her. He got hair on his helmet. He got the emo hair. Look at this. Look at all those wheels. Do you want to know what the funniest thing is? When you do have wheels like this, and you try powering all of them and not just like a couple of them, you will often have going where nothing moves along. It instead just spins like this. Oh, it's so stupid. Looking at this, I'm guessing the powered wheels are these two. You generally want your powered wheel to be larger than your smaller wheels. Because if you don't know, when it comes to gear systems, powering a larger wheel, like to make it spin at a certain rate, doesn't really take much difference from powering a smaller wheel. So, where are we? We take this, like, so
breaking news, turning career criminals into super soldiers does bad things to your legion's morale integrity. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, turning a career criminals into super soldiers. But that's how the Space Marines used to be. So, yeah, making this spin at like 60 rotations a second, there's not that much, it won't take that much more power than making this spin at 60 rotations a second. So what you would do is by making this rotate and then like connecting it to a larger wheel, to a smaller wheel, when this spins, it makes this thing spin even faster. Because effectively, as it's moving along, this will have to turn the same distance as this thing. But to turn the same distance as this thing will take so many more rotations. So it will spin a lot faster. And it's like, what? Cure it to say my fire's protection's not on. Whatever. I'll look at that later. But Yeet. Actually, I'm not sure if that would work like that. I have no idea. I'm never sure how the wheels and power system on tracks of Imperial vehicles are meant to work. Because the more you try looking at them, the less sense they make. Because then you've also got to have like a slip wheel that effectively creates slack within the system, so that it doesn't break the track. And it's like, how do you even know? Slap the Crux Terminator on that thing and tell everyone it's a pregnant mother Terminator for smaller Terminators coming out to dust its babies. I mean, it could work. It could work. I do have lots of Terminator's Crux symbols. Okay, so now we want be free. Be free, my child. Be free. So I want this piece, and then I want some smaller pieces coming off. Then I want that piece and that piece. Probably those two numbers. Yeah. Wait, E9 and E11? I don't want E9 and E11 and not those two. I'm not sure that's even correct. I think it's telling me to take the wrong ones. Yeah, it's telling me to take the wrong ones. It wants me to take these two, but it labelled them wrong. Oh no, never mind. It's correct. Never mind, I was reading it wrong. Oh, it wants me to take E. Yeah, sorry, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong things. Looking at the wrong sprues. So
In the
this one's
immortal words
E.
of Pancreas, no work on Marathi I Kane. I'm not here to fix her. I'm here for her to make me worse.
E. Hello, Alec Novana. How you doing? And hello, Hansler. I'm getting this year's red gobble together. Oh, I've not put together my red gobble. I've been waiting for my killer cans to get here. E10. No, E9 is what I want. And E11. That one. Okay, so I want those two. With this one. Is the stream volume kind of low? Maybe? And my blah. Oh, maybe my gains. I could have knocked the gain on my microphone out. Hello? Maybe. Is that better? Was that the gain I actually twisted there? Oh, darn it, I just almost put my head on there. Yeah, that was the gain. The Nerona part of my username is pronounced Corona. Oh, but with an N. Nerona. Corona. Nerona. But my headset is at 90 or something, so maybe I'm not one to talk. I mean, sometimes it does completely reset my sound settings. So let me bring up my output device. Is correct. Sound settings. There we go. Input microphone. Okay, yeah, that seems correct. It's maxed out there. So now I'm like, everything's pretty much as loud as it can be. Maybe I just talk quietly, which is entirely possible. I'm not the loudest person. Bow, but down. Bow, but down, no. We're snipping, we're clipping, we're snipping for a bitch. Bee glove. Bee glove. No, not for bee glove. Not for bees. Not for bees, anything but for bees' knees. The bees are freeze, the bees are my means, bees are the leaves. Oh gosh, so I want to cut this. I need the knife. Always cut away from yourself. Unless you're doing woodworking, in which case just rip your belly open. Oh, darn it. So, I remember doing some woodworking and someone was like, I say someone, like the teacher was like, you know, because you got this fake tool where it's like two handles, right? And then it's like a blade goes like that. And how most people use it is you pull like that on it, like to cut bits off the wood. And then they're like, you can't move in such a way that you'll be able to cut yourself with that. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm wearing a leather apron, so I'll be fine. But I can actually move my arms all the way back while holding that. I'm like, huh. You're very flexible. It's like, yeah, of course I'm flexible. I'm tall. I've got lanky limbs. And I'm young. And I've got no muscles on those limbs, so they can move wherever they want to go. I miss ASO Auditor Deflect by Valenzi. I'm going to buy a PS3 again. You're gonna get another PS3? What happened to your old one? You sold it for a PS4. Big mistake. PS4 sucked. Look, the height of gaming was a PS2. Ever since then, it's just been downhill. The height of gaming was a GameCube. Ever since then, it's been downhill. The height of gaming was a Nintendo original Game Boy. Downhill ever since. The height of gaming was chess. Downhill ever since. The height of oh, what? I forgot the name. I had it in my head. What's the thing that like predated chess? It was like the forefather of chess. It was like some Middle Eastern game. Oh gosh darn it. You broke your brother's PS3 by accidentally? No! Almost forgot the photo.
Much like the spider hunting spiders with their long limbs, Cupcon is able to attack while keeping her vital core safely out of reach.
I mean, I can. I've got very long limbs. I can go like, punch. Punch. I mean, my arm is 4 foot long. What do you expect? Actually, how long is my arm? I remember having to look at like, what's the thing about oh, I was watching this sword art thing. It's a YouTube channel where they talk about swords and stuff. And they're saying a dagger is as long as your forearm. You know, like to get from here to like all the way down to your elbow. Like there. Oh no, it's my skin. And they're like, so this is definitely a dagger and this is definitely a sword. And I'm like, Now I'm pretty sure your sword is a dagger. So a dagger is anything that goes from like your elbow to your thing. I was just measuring my forearm and I'm like, no, that's a dagger. That's a dagger. I've got longer limbs telling me that's a dagger. Although then I looked it up and it's like, yeah, those things do count as daggers. Well, at least sometimes they count as daggers. Historically. It's like, yeah, for people with long limbs too in history. PS2 and PS3 were you? I never had a PS3. I had an Xbox 360 and a PS2 and a PS1. I also played on a... Was it a Sega? Probably some sort of Sega game. There was like this crash that I was stayed in as a very little kid when my mother went to the gym. And they had loads of like consoles from the different eras. I'm like, oh, wow. And I got to play Spyro. Extra long daggers to make your backstabbing even more potent. Yay! Okay, so it's 5 and 4. Yee, 5 and 4. Oh, Templars. You know, People who like Templars, do you prefer the Monty Python seeming Templars? Or do you prefer... today? But back then, it was more about like... like, they had a feel no pain. So you could give your Templars a feel no pain of 6+. And I loved that because I just imagined them like the Black Knight. Just the arm gets blown off. It's only a flesh wound. Feel no pain, 6+. Because that's how I always imagined my Templar. And I loved it. And then you have to, you know, when for breaking and for running from an enemy, because that's back when moral was a thing. It'll be like, Sir Robin, brave Sir Robin, ran away. That's more of a 2++++. Yeah, but I mean, it's just funny when you're rolling 6s and whatever, because you have to remember, it's dice. You have a 2+ armor save or 2+ feel no pain. You're rolling 1s every single time. You got a 6+ save. You're rolling 6s every single time. You have to remember. Also, this was back when everything just had 1 wound. And combat was just way more lethal. So you could get hit by like a big old laser destroyer from a Titan and you just roll your 6+ feel no pain successfully. It's like, it's only a flesh wound. It's only a flesh wound. And I mean, you could improve it to like 5+ and stuff. And I think maybe even one character could get to up to 4+ feel no pain. It might have been Grimaldos of that actually. So it was a pretty fun way of just having your character surviving stuff and all of your models. And it's every single model in the army got for 6+ feel no pain. So you did roll it quite a lot throughout the game. Meaning you could very much annoy your opponent by saying the line, "'Tis only a flesh wound, 'tis but a scratch." I love Monty Python, me too. I can't afford much, I'll buy a PS3 and save for PS5 Pro. I did eventually get a PS4, but that was, I bought it second hand from Cash Converters or something, really cheaply. It was terrible, it was definitely like, came from a smoking home. But I just got it so I could play Spider-Man 2 for the PS4. Not Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man for the PS4. Because I absolutely loved the old PS2 Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 for the PS2. Oh my gosh, that was a childhood game and a half. Personally, I think Orcs, instead of going Toughness 5, should have stayed Toughness 4, but I got a 6+ feel no pain. That would be cool, actually. Like, do you know all of the vehicles have a 6+? Actually, wait a minute, don't they already get that? The Beast Snagger Boys already have a 6+ feel no pain. It would have been fun if the Orcs got a 6+ invulnerable save. Didn't like all of the vehicles get 5+ or 6+ invulnerable saves? Just give that to all of the Orcs. Doesn't save them from mortal wounds, but it will stack with any feel no pain you can give them from Pain Boys. I think that would just be a really good way to do that. One issue with gluing like this is that half of the glue is going to evaporate before you even have a chance to put the other part on. Yeah, you can already get Orcs to get feel no pain pretty easily. I just don't like Orcs. I love Orcs, I just don't like them being Toughness 5 for generic Orc. It doesn't feel right. Equally, it doesn't feel right for the Photon at all Toughness 5, but what are you gonna do? I feel like Photon, since it keeps describing their power armor like power armor, they should just have a 3+ armor save. And Orc should be toughness. And they should be toughness 4. Orc should be toughness 4, but get like an invulnerable save. I feel like there was like an upgrade for death skulls you could get that could give your orcs like an invulnerable save or something. Oh darn it, it's all breaking to pieces. PS2 was childhood for you as a teen then. I think I'm older than you, but sound younger than you. Yeah, I always sound really old. Especially at the moment, my throat is just a mess. Because I'm always bunged up. I've either got allergies going on or I've got my immune system just attacking me. This does not seem right at all. Got that random lip there. But this piece that's meant to go on doesn't have that same. Can't be right. Oh, I'm missing a piece. Okay, so what's that? E18. Here we go, E18. No, E18 goes on top. No, E18 goes there. Oh, that's why. The entire thing was just slanted out of... Okay, never mind. I just put it together incorrectly the first time round. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. So yeah, I had a PS2 from like most of my teen years too. I still got the PS2 actually. Like I didn't get a PS3. I didn't get the I only got the PS4 like for Spider-Man 2. Or for Spider-Man game, sorry. Star Wars Battlefront 2, Odin Sphere, and sound effects are my jam. Oh, hi, Vida! I did have an Xbox 360. That was mostly for the Star Wars Battlefront games, I believe. Also a few other games. It eventually ringed off death, and my parents got me another Xbox 360. When, I didn't want another Xbox 360, because Xbox One was already coming out, but they're still selling the Xbox 360 for ridiculous prices in all the shops. I'm like, no, just don't buy one, just wait until the... Oh, they got one. Big old waste of money, because I wasn't even caring about for Xboxes by then. There we go. SSX was a snowboarding game? Ooh. I played XGRA. That was my jam. And Bloody Roar 3 on the PS2. As well as a Spider-Man 2 game. A game called... Oh, I keep forgetting its name. It was Draken something. Or Draken. Draken God. You had a female character and she had a dragon. And it was super cool. And I barely remember anything about it. Oh, and I had this other game. It was a Scale Electric game. And it had loads of 80s songs on it. And oh, I loved that spaghetti. I loved playing it just to listen to the music. I intend to get another Xbox specifically because they have all the games on the store to buy still, unlike PlayStation. Oh, I remember playing demos. On my first Xbox didn't have the internet connectivity and stuff on it. The second one did, and I remember just downloading like the Dragon Ball demos and stuff. I remember also playing lots of demos. Like, do you know, getting demo discs in magazines and stuff? And my brother, because I got like my PS2 from my brother, it was a pass-me-down. It was a hand-me-down. Yeah, so and not only was the PS2 my childhood PlayStation, it wasn't even a new one. It was I had a PlayStation 1 and a PS2. And the PlayStation 1 had James Bond GoldenEye game on it. And I remember we didn't have memory cards for years and years and years. Like, I remember every time I wanted to play XGRA, I had to, like, start it fresh or keep the PlayStation on so it didn't lose my progress. I eventually did get a memory card. Ooh, Oddworld! I had Oddworld. I think that was, like, the only game I actually got myself for the PS1. Like, I loved Oddworld. Abe was so cute. It was a cutie patootie. And I loved all the little monsters in it. I never got very far in Oddworld. But... because I absolutely sucked at the game as a kid. If I'm being entirely honest with you. Wait, Oddworld is PS1. Yeah, Oddworld was PS1. I remember it had this, you know, really brittle plastic case that always snapped and broke every time you opened it. There's two Oddworld games, I think, at the moment. Like, there's the full proper remake, and then for one that was free for a while. I think I got both, actually. Abe goes back to PS1. Yeah, Abe goes back to PS1. Oh, I had Halo 3 on the Xbox as well. I never played... I only played, like, Halo 1 with, like... at somebody's house once. I loved the Elites. I thought the Elites were really, really cute. They're my favourite part. Hello, Talan. We are winning. We got this built. We got one side of the tracks. You're on the wrong side of the tracks. We visited the website a lot already today. It was great. Everyone loved it. Eldar... What other games did I have? We had that Cooking Mama game. My father had a Nintendo DS for brain teasers, and we also got like the Cooking Mama game. How long does it usually take to build a mini? Because I'm thinking about starting next. It depends on the mini. If you're playing 40k or Age of Sigmar, most of those minis are relative. Not all of them, but most of them, especially if you're playing Space Marines. Like one of the really popular factions, most minis will be simplistic. And they generally don't take too long to build. Like the new Assault Terminators, we got 10 of them built in 30 minutes, including doing a bunch of conversion work on them, which takes a lot more time. And talking on stream. The older Terminators with like the Stormbolters, like they're not quite as simple, and getting 10 of them built in 3 hours was a bit of a difficulty. Like I think we got 5 in one stream done. Horus Heresy miniatures generally are more complex, but some of the older ones, like the current Cataphractii Terminators, but probably not for new ones. Like, we easily got 10 of them done in 3 hours, and we could even make other models, and I just didn't do half of the stuff of the stream. Just they're very simple models to put together. Any push-fit model, like your starter sets, very quick to put together. It takes just a few minutes. You don't even need glue for them because they're push-fit. Glue is recommended, though, to make sure they don't fall apart. And there's a very good chance that when putting them together, especially if they don't fit perfectly well, that you might break the pieces. Or like break the little pin connectors rather. So yeah, it only takes a few minutes to build the starter sets and stuff like that. Things like the Necron Warriors, again, they're push fit. It will only take a few minutes. A bunch of sets are push fit. Guardsmen in general, they don't take that long. You can probably get a squad of 10 pushed out in about half an hour to an hour. Things like the Saturnine Terminators, though, very complex models, especially if you're new. They might take you a few hours to make just a single one. But that's only if you're new. When Conjuror was young, she played with a fish in a box while smoking cigarettes. She loved it. No! When I was young, because I had a big sister and I had a big brother and both of them were much older than me. Like, if you want to know the age difference, I think when I was like a baby, my brother was going to university. My sister was like... not that... oh wait. No, she was already well into primary school. By the time I was in primary school, she was like close to finishing high school. So I got all of their hand-me-down stuff. And my sister also got a bunch of my brother's hand-me-down stuff. So I had things like Barbie, Action Men, Transformers, Thomas the Tank Engine stuff, all sorts of stuff from them. That's probably one of the reasons why I have such a weird things. Like I was playing with Action Men and Barbie at the same time, and Micro Machines. Because my brother really loved things like Micro Machines. And the Hot Wheelie stuff. Although, actually, I did enter the colouring competition once and I won this massive, absolutely massive Hot Wheels set. And we set it up and played with it once and that was it. I was like, you know, these aren't... I can make the car go really fast, but I don't really care. At one point, she was really born yesterday. Also, I assume not sure what kids were doing 2,000 years ago. She was the youngest person ever. When Conjuror was young, she attended school for Catans, according to the short one. No! I wasn't attending school for Catans. The short lies! The short lie! It was made by Talana's propaganda. Have a propaganda at this then. So those two bits go together like this. Oh, it does not want to fit perfectly together. Oh, that's why there's a little bit of sprue there. Make sure all the sprue is trimmed off the model so that hopefully it can fit together perfectly. Oh yeah! Cupcon's classmates were the old ones. No, they weren't! They were called the young ones. I mean... Wait, isn't the young ones a really terrible TV show from like the 80s or something? And now they're all super old people. Yes, they were. Oh gosh, my throat is bad. Let me just have a drink. I remember having a history class and we're talking about, do you know, the oh, that doesn't go with this yet. We're talking about the fall of the Berlin Wall and stuff. And Gorbachev. I was like, oh my gosh, we're learning about this stuff, and my mother was like, that's not a history class, that was current events. I remember when that fell down. I was like, oh, you remember when the Berlin Wall fell down? Oh. I remember, does she? Hello, Night Parade.
Ha ha ha, Cupman was old.
Cupman was... No. And it's like, where were you when the, what's it called, fell down, Twin Towers and stuff? I'm like, where were you? When was the Twin Towers? I don't even remember. Oh, Crash Bandicoot. Now that's a good game. I had that for the... Was it PS1 or PS2 game? I don't remember. Because I had them both at the same time. Well, technically I didn't have them both at the same time. Because my brother took the PS2 with him and he wouldn't let me play it as a kid. And then, like, as a very young kid. So I had the PS1 for ages. I say ages.
Cupman was one of those who stabbed Julius Caesar in Rome.
We stabbed Julius Caesar in Rome. No, I didn't. There we go. Flip these together. These two do not want to go together. What the heck's wrong with you? The Twin Towers, famously known as 9/11. Yeah, but what year? What year was it? 2001. Oh my gosh, that was years ago. Who even remembers that? Conjuror tried to lean on the Berlin Wall and it fell down, causing Conjuror to have to run away and pretend someone else did it. Cupman was the one who stabbed Julius Caesar. No! No! I thought if I said Cupcom when I was listening to Cuptle and I wasn't reading chat. 2001. Oh, so hi, Honey. Cupcon's best friends are now fossil fuels. Look, most fossil fuels...
Cupcon's best friends are now fossil fuels.
Most fossil fuels were... plants. You're basically saying my best friend was a plant. And that's mean. That's a big old meanie right there. A lot. that was the point. Everyone took a turn. A lot of people stabbed Julius Caesar, to be fair. I mean, they only stopped stabbing him like 16 years ago or something like that. But the queue was just so long. You had like entire families being born and like in the place in queue. It's like, yeah, my grandfather had this place in the queue, and my grandfather before him, and my grandfather before him, and then my grandmother. E10, E12, E10, E12, do-do-do-do-do-do. You're making the Rhino from 40k. No, we're making a Spartan Assault Tank from Horus Heresy. Although I'm planning to use it in 40k. Because it's a Legends model. Got 3 40k rules. There we go. 23 stab runes, but the plan was just... The plan to stab was 50. It's like school projects, half of the team are slackers. When you do a school oh my gosh, I hated teamwork school projects. I remember, no, we did. It was like a geography project where we had to measure river flows and stuff. And like, I was forced to work for a bunch of people who I don't even know, and no one was working hard on it. I was like, oh gosh, I have to literally do all the work now. But I couldn't get out to do or measure all the rivers, so I had to just like figure out what would be a realistic thing for the rivers. And then for geography project was saying our group was the only one who did it properly, and I'm like, no one tell him that I made up all the numbers. Actually, I don't think I even told him I made up the numbers. Like, just no one of the project was doing anything, and so I had to just like figure things out from... Oh, it was so weird. And then being told we're the only ones who did it properly. To be fair, I did have to do a lot of research and work to get those numbers seeming correct. And it helped the fact that we did do it at least once. The joke has layers, not only implying Cupcon has been around since Cobb in the first period, but she can only make friends with plants. I suspect this is because plants can't run away. You say that, but have you ever seen a dandelion? You try talking to it and it just flies away, it just breaks apart and scatters to the corners of the globe. Just like all of my friends. No. She's narrating like Naruto, a sad backstory. What do you mean No, I'm just saying how amazing I am. I'm trying to be like, completely. I'm so good at geography. I'm better than doing the project properly. School projects are the worst though. Like, they shouldn't do a graded project where everyone gets given the same grade if you work in the group. It just encourages slackers. And can make it very difficult to get a good grade. It's afternoon for you. It is afternoon. It just became afternoon now. We used to make chickens around $1. How did we ruin? No, okay. I remember back when I was a kid, I used to get 2 sausage and bean melts for 99p. And now they're like £1. No, they're like £2.50 each now. It's ridiculous. And even for Pound Bakery doesn't do pasties for £1 anymore. It's like, what? I mean, you can get one pasty for £1, but it's not like 2 for 99 pence anymore, or 2 for £1. To be fair, I grew up in a relatively poor area, so the prices were priced accordingly. Like, apparently it wasn't actually common. Most places didn't sell the sausage and bean mountain for 2 for 99p deal. But the local area did. The local area did. To be fair, there was also a lot of competition because there were like 60 different Greg's bakeries. But like, there's a road where you could stand on and you could see, like, in the town centre, 4 different Greg's bakeries. And if you could see through walls, there would be about 10 of them. Like, all within very short walking distance of one another. It's like, oh my gosh, we were in for... And they weren't just... You had the greenhouses and the... Pound bakeries. You had all of the different bakeries in this one area. I was like, the entire town was basically just running on pastries. I think there's only 3 of them left though out of the Greg's. I'm not even sure if there's that many. There we go. We stick all of these pieces together. And it works. You love bread. Who the bruh? You love bread. Bread is great though. I thought I was actually looking at the amount of calories in a slice of white bread, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's more calories in a slice of white bread than there is in like 3 bags of sweets. What the heck, Gus? No wonder that girl in what's it called, oh, what is it called? Jumanji talked about just cutting bread out of a diet. There we go. We got 2 of them done. Exercise time. No! Sounds like where I grew up, but it's not a big town, but it has 3 McDonald's for some reason. Oh my goodness. Why are there so many McDonald's? You know, we actually did a pilgrimage once. If you don't know, I really liked Warburton's bread. And we don't get it anymore, it's sad, but I don't really eat that much bread anymore. But, do you know the Rocky advert? There was a Rocky advert for, like, the Warburtons. And Sylvester Stallone was, like, running up the steps of this, place. We did a pilgrimage. We did a pilgrimage to find the place where Sylvester Stallone was. Running up the steps of them. Just because we like bread that much. I kind of want to have these open. This is like, you got the cool grating and this thing. It's perfect for a diorama. Just have it open like that. It's like, oh. Oh. Turned out it is, oh, what's it called? We have a war, but was a town's hall next to, or I don't, it's not next to, but it's apparently, it's like you had the Warburton's HQ. It's in like this relatively small town, and they just like ran up the town steps. It's like, what? Oh. Oh, you're making a side Titan next stream. Next up, making a side for Eiffel Tower supposed to be a guillotine. I don't think it was supposed to be a guillotine. Making a side Titan next stream. I wish we could make a side Titan. Oh my goodness. They should make a side Titan model. Like for 40k. Bread and stew or soup combo makes me feel like a 15th century. Yeah! Oh, but I do like it. Do you know when you're ill and you can't eat very well? Tomato soup with some bread. Nice. Also, I was making some rice the other day. I say the other day, a while ago. Like trying to make a sauce of the rice and stuff. And I found out if I threw little bits of bread into it while I was frying up the sauce, it tasted amazing. Hello, Ember's White Ball. I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. No. Okay. So we got the 2 tracks done up. Now I've got to get the... What the heck is this for? Oh, it's one of the inside pieces. The inside is extremely detailed. My goodness. No one's going to see it. So, is it this piece? No, not that piece. Oh, we go here. It's, yeah, look, that's on the inside. Got a load of great things and cool things. Go on F6 and F4. Spartan. Oh, it says Spartan at the bottom there. Spartan. Spartan armor from Halo. Okay, F6 and F4. So fat piece and fat piece. Not fat piece. I got a black cat named John Cash. He's smelling my phone with you. Oh! You got a black cat named Johnny Cash. We've lost Johnny Cash. No. What's that one joke? We've lost Cash. And then it was like someone attacked Kevin Bacon. You know, if you end up having like a pandemic amongst pigs, like after Kevin Bacon dies, creating a bacon shortage, you know Kevin Bacon's going to be blamed. Somebody said Tiny Tim was alive. No one would know, but you'll know that. And that's what's important. I also have a black cane named Chi-Chi, and he's very stinky. I'm not stinky! I'm betting your cat's not even stinky. You just call him a smelly cat so you can sing, smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault. My neighbours have a black cat named Moose. Moosh! She's an old girl. Moose is a good... Chi-Chi is a good name for a cat. Is that named after the Dragon Ball character? Some people go ch-ch-ch-ch-ch for cats, and I'm like... That's what I do to attract cats. It works very well for like, bird? Bird? You're a bird? I'm like, no. I'm not a bird. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam, ba-dum, bam, bam, ba-dum. It goes like this. Yeah. Where do we go? Go, go, speed racer. Go, go. Go, go, speed racer. There we go. Oh. And then we go here. And oh! Yeah, he's named Chi-Chi because he was a kitty. He's round like chia seed. Oh, that makes sense. I feel like some people might be behind in chat. Okay, so we got this piece. And then we want to do that again, but mirrored. Oh, I'm here. Hello. There we go. Chi-Chi sounds fun. Chia seeds. I've got 2 cats currently. His brother is a shorty because he's short. Aww. I've got all my cats were curled up together. And by curled up together, one of them was just lay on top of the other. You petted the most aggressive chihuahua in your neighborhood. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm assuming there's more than one chihuahua, in which case, oh my gosh, incredibly aggressive chihuahua. If it's the only chihuahua though, it might just be a normal chihuahua. Because chihuahuas are very aggressive animals. There we go. And that goes like that. I thought I want to cut off this bit of sprue here. There we go. Don't forget to like the stream if you're not liked it already. Every like on this stream is another Terminator that's going to not be built ever and never painted. F2E4. Okay, so is this piece F? It doesn't tell me. Oh yeah, it is. So that's 7.
Chihuahuas have short person energy. This explains why dwarfs are always so grudgy.
No! There's one. There was 2. One was the kindest buddy you could have, and the fluffy one was willing to kill a raccoon. No! Don't let it kill them, the char in my life. All loving dogs always licking me. David Barry was one. David Barry was a chihuahua. I never knew that. I mean, it makes a lot of sense the more I think about it. Sharp person energy. Yeah, I don't think I've met a chihuahua in real life, to be honest. Or at least if I have, I don't remember doing so. Dropping my things. Okay, that's 8. That's 9. Oh no, I'm wanting E now. I also want F7, so we'll cut off F7 while we're here. You surprised yourself with how fast you painted a Necron? Ooh. Yeah, Necrons can be pretty fast to paint. I name my pets after celebrities. Ooh. I try to give my cats relatively unique names. And we had cats called Buffy and Sabrina, named after Buffy and the Vampire Slayer and Sabrina the Teenage Witch Though. I got to name them. And we've also got Cena the Warrior Princess. And then the other one's just called Luna. Okay, E4. Is this piece number 4? Yes, it is. It's that piece. Oh, Child Emperor for Heresy. Child Emperor should be expunged from your record. If I have to paint an army, it'll probably be Necrons. Cupcake the Chaos Spawn. A nice one fought Raccoon and won. Oh wait, did I say was willing to fight him? It fought a Raccoon and won. Oh my goodness. I don't know if we have anything like a raccoon in Britain. Raccoon from Dragon Ball. Child Emperor, isn't that a character from One Punch Man who's currently had 3 frames of animation? Have you seen the latest minor controversy about One Punch Man? The latest episode was said to be better animated, but someone found in one of the frames that it was still had its development things on it, like notes and stuff, and it showed that it was finished being animated 19th of the 11th 2025, so only a few days ago. Oh gosh, that's insane. To be fair, it doesn't necessarily mean it was finished being animated then. It was possibly finished animated ages ago. They just did final checks and stuff.
Germans stupidly brought raccoons for the fur trade. They got loose and eat their garbage now.
Oh, raccoons are in Germany. I never knew that. I know that a bunch of European and British animals are like massive pests in the world. As you know, we brought them across the world. Okay, so please. Is that meant to have a big gap? Yeah, I think it's meant to have a big gap. Okay, that makes sense. The funniest error for me that the animators forgot a character was a man halfway through and draw said character as a woman for several frames. Yeah, it was probably because it was handed to various animators who were working on the same project without having time to really correct one another and work together properly. I mean, there's some errors and stuff that are being pointed out, and it's like, yeah, no, those are just common animation errors. You can even find them in the best animated project. But some of the errors are definitely bad. Oh, come on. How do I attach this? Oh, I attach it like that. I'm an idiot. Forgot. Oh, so it goes like that. Yep, goes like that. Okay. I was surprised New World animals, especially pests, are brought to the Old World. Wait, what animation are you guys talking about? One Punch Man, season 3. Absolutely, very poorly animated. There's some parts of good animation, but it seems like the team that was meant to be animating it was given very little time and very little budget to do it, so. I wouldn't necessarily blame the animators as much as I blame Bandai. And the studio that decided to animate in the end definitely shouldn't have taken on the project, mind you, but still. Wait, why did this fit earlier and now it doesn't want to fit? You go like this. Definitely. Oh my goodness. Is it because there's a bit of sprue there? I don't think that's a big thing there. Okay, there we go. Do not want to go together very well. One Punch Man 3, I've heard of that, yeah. Hey girl, let me slide down the hills into your DMs. YouTube ate that one.
Hey girl, let me slide down this hill into your DM.
Yeah. Oh, Garo. I never had high expectations for it. Like, I saw the trailer, I was like, this is gonna suck. It was one of the worst animated trailers I've ever seen. Oh, God. There we go. There we go. That's how that goes together, it looks. This bottom piece definitely doesn't want to fit in. Oh gosh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool of a toque. I'm a toque of a fool. There's 2 bits here that needed to go in. This piece. And then this piece goes on. Yeah. And they need to just plug into here though. Oh gosh. Wondered what those little holes are for. Turns out it's for this thing. So this doesn't have a weird mechanism on it that the Land Raider does. So that when you open one, it closes the other. Nice and stiff movement though. So not want to stay stuck together here. There we go. I might just have to leave this for a little bit so it will dry. Then what does it want? It was piece F9. Slide in. Ramp holes, it's true. They're the assault ramp. So you can slide out of the assault ramp and into your opponent like Garrow slides down a hill. There is something mildly amusing about one of the most beautifully... No, you have a manga that was originally written by an amateur artist, in many regards, that being one. And I say a manga, it was a webcomic, and that's where One Punch Man started. It was a webcomic. The drawings for it were okay. You could see he's got some artistic talent. And he's been improving over the years. But then it was turned into a manga by Murata? Is that his name? I forget his name. And it's really, really beautifully drawn, the manga. And then it became season one of the like stellar animation. Really well done. And then season 2 went down the hill, and season 3 is basically going, we're ignoring the manga, we're going with a webcomic. I do like that they keep referencing the webcomic style every so often. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing for manga. In fact, some of Murata's drawings have been wrongly attributed to one. One is the person who wrote for manga. Newest episode is the best episode so far, which isn't saying a lot. Yeah. I saw people with the animation stuff. I'm like, it's okay. It's not the best. It's probably slightly above average, the animation for shonen anime. F8. Is this F? No, that's E. Is this F? In the corner, yes it is. So that's F8. Good. It's that piece. It's got a light on it. Oh, so it's on top piece. The newest episode. Yeah, especially when you compare the new episode to the manga. It becomes very like, yeah, it's better.
Being the best episode so far is like being the prettiest person in the Burns unit.
Oh, don't be mean to Burns unit victims. Burns unit victims make it sound like the Burns unit was the thing that hurt them. Oh no, it goes upside down. Oh. Oh, I thought with that light it must be on top, but no, it's inside. You can really... There's a lot of details inside here. Not that I'll ever paint them. But I do like tanks like this that have a lot of details on the inside because it allows you to do really well for things like dioramas and stuff. It's nice that the models are very clearly designed for people who will want to open them up or make them for dioramas. Like, especially like the details on the inside of these doors. It's like there's a bunch of details here that you will just never see. Okay, there we go. One Punch Man is your favourite anime and season 3 is setting yourself. One Punch Man wasn't my favourite anime, but it was definitely like season 1, definitely top. Season 3 I felt like got a bit too much flack. Like, I don't think season 2, sorry, got too much flack. Like, sure, it's not the best anime or the best animation, it's not season 1 style, but I thought it was still perfectly fine. Like, compared to most shonens, it was still pretty decent. It was sad it wasn't to the same high standard, and people will make excuses about why it couldn't be, but it's like, it was one of the most popular animes in the world when it came out, season 1. It made money hand over fist. It was, without a doubt, what am I doing here? Oh, they could have easily gotten the same standard of animation. Sure, the same people might have not been able to work on the project, but they could have gotten it. There's definitely plenty of other beautiful animes that are consistently beautiful. So any manga that I actively read and collect? Yeah, One Punch Man is not one I actively read and collect that too much, but it's definitely one I keep up with from time to time. It's one thing about the manga I don't like, especially with keeping up with it online and like Maruta's pages and stuff. It's just how many redraws happen to it. It just makes it very annoying to read. And it's especially even worse when he decides he wants to do redraws of manga chapters that have like had a fully printed release. It's like, what? I think I do have some of the One Punch Man manga. Battleship Yamato, 18 Beehive shell levels of black are required. No, season 2 I think was fine. I mean, there's definitely no reason it shouldn't have been as good as season 1. Or at least trying to approach the same level. But people definitely made it sound worse than it actually was. Like, I watched it, I was like, you know what? I mean, I'm fine with this. It's... What piece does it want me? Oh, there it is. That big piece. I was trying to find that big piece and I couldn't find it. The last piece of this brew. Well, not the last piece. Just one tiny little piece. Otherwise. Yeah, big vehicles like this is when I actually do follow the instruction manual because, oh my goodness, it'll be hard to build them otherwise. Especially with how the pieces are all over the place. Oh no, there's 2 pieces left here. Little light switch. Not light switch, little light. Little lamp. What piece do you
What
need,
piece
Fancy?
do you need? The answer is obvious. The One Piece. The One Piece is real.
No, the One Piece is terrible. The main thing about like One Punch Man and like animating it well is it's not like Dragon Ball, Naruto, and My Hero Academia and One Piece and stuff like that. Although My Hero Academia does have quite good animation at times, especially apparently for last season. I've not watched that though. Okay, so that goes like that. It's that because it's not an anime that has like loads and loads of episodes, just like 50 episode seasons. So it's like Dragon Ball and those types of things. I don't mind having episodes where the animation is absolutely poor. Because, I mean, it's 50 episodes of blooming season at times. It's not, you can't expect the top quality. Just as long as they got the budget and they do the special episodes well with the cool fight scenes and stuff. But One Punch Man, it's like 12 episode seasons. And there's large gaps between each seasons. They really should be doing good animation. Like, you can't leave a 10-year gap between seasons and expect people not to expect or not to want top quality animation. Season 1 quality is probably never happening again. It's a whole team of one of the biggest talents in the industry. I mean, that's kind of true, but I've seen a lot of beautifully animated animes, and that are reliably beautifully animated. Yeah, it's got some of the top people, and you can't bring them all together, but you don't need all of them. You don't need all of them together. You can just go to a different studio that produces top animation. You can bring on different animators from different studios, because they might be some of the top industry talents, but there's lots of top industry talents. There's lots of people who are on ridiculous levels. It's definitely not an impossible task to achieve. I mean, maybe it won't be quite to the same level as season 1. But you're probably not going to be too far off if you really wanted to be, especially given the years, the time that they technically have had to find and bring people together, and instead they don't. And it's like, yeah, and it was one of the top animes of all time. It was incredibly popular, made money hand over fist. They had every opportunity to make another season 1 quality thing, and every reason to, and instead they cheaped out. And season 2 didn't get the results they wanted, because it wasn't season 1. I mean, we're probably not getting something like that again, because just the popularity of the One Punch Man anime has dropped so far now. Especially after season 2 and now season 3. I'm quite knowledgeable when it comes to stuff. But it's like what are some good studios that basically just keep releasing hits after hits? Because there's a lot of very good animes out there. I mean, Trigger's very beautiful animation, but they take years to do any project that they actually do. And not everyone likes Trigger's animation style. Mappa's... I think Mappa's had a couple of, like, instances of not being the greatest, but yeah, you got Mapper. You've got, oh, Studio Ghibli, they always do hits. Again, different animation styles, but ultimately what they all are in the end is these very well crafted and drawn scenes with a high frame rate. Own Studio. Yeah. Oh, which was the one that created like Violet Evergarden and stuff like that, because they've done some really good work. I think they also were the ones that got hit by that fire. That's sad. Madhouse Studio.
Madhouse Staido, please, I need you.
Yeek. I mean, heck, even what's it called, JC Staff, some of their animations they've done, even this season, are pretty decent. I mean, the fact is this. The main thing you need is a good director. If you've got a good director and a couple of good talents, like top talents, or experience, it doesn't even have to be top talents, it just has to be experienced talents. And those talents, some of those talents are definitely very willing and want to work on One Punch Man. And for friends with One and Murata and stuff, so... This does not want to glue. Well, then you can actually have, as long as they're working with the other lesser known talents and stuff, who aren't as experienced, you don't really, like, even someone like me, who's not the greatest artist
What's the topic?
ever. What's the topic? One Punch Man and animation. Bandai probably gave them a bag of M&Ms and they gave them 8 months to make season 3. But they effectively were having to start from like scratch with it, so... And the budget was not very big, so they had to be like, okay, we have to come together really quickly. So... Yeah, but it's like, even relatively unskilled animators, as long as they know how to draw and do animation with the correct direction and guidance, especially when working with like a relatively poor animator, you give them a bunch of, here's one frame, here's another frame done by one of our top animators. All you need to do now is make the in-between frames. Someone can do that. Like, even someone like me could work on some relatively decent mangas when just given the correct direction and reference art. It's like... Oh... You definitely don't need... I mean, which isn't to say, like, making these things would be easy by any means. No, it's incredibly difficult to make. It's incredibly difficult to get these talents together. But that's why you have studios. That's why you have budgets. And heck, when animators can, when like amateur animators can, in relatively short time frames, make scenes that are better than what Season 3 currently has. It's just... Yeah, you need budgets, you need time. Like something like Season 1 or One Punch Man. I mean, you need time. You definitely need time. But even with 8 months, they could have definitely done something with it. But I think it's because they're given 8 months, and they're given 8 months to have to storyboard it, get a team together, create all the new assets that they'll need that weren't in Season 2. and do all of that stuff. So that's where it really ate into the time, because a lot of these projects, it's like when they're talking about the time that they actually had to do these projects, they don't always include storyboarding time. But it's like even with 8 months, they could have potentially done better if they had a bigger budget. Because if you look at like a lot of these animes where they don't really have any downtime in them, and they have a lot of episodes, each episode is effectively done on like, it depends, because sometimes they like have a really well animated episode and that episode's been in the work for years, and then they'd have other episodes that have like 4 weeks of work on them. But yeah, I guess that's not the best thing, because they don't have downtime, but that's like every single episode is planned weeks in advance, sometimes months or years in advance, so definitely not a good comparison. But it's just weird. It's just weird how they chose to do these things. Okay, is this what I want here? Is it asking me to use this sprue? Wait, it's asking me to use this tiny sprue. I honestly feel bad for JC staff. The reputation was never that great, if I remember correctly. Okay, we want F13 though. F13. Is that the one I just threw to one side? I think it was. Yeah. So, oh, it's this one. And I want F14. So... I think JC staff's reputation mostly comes down to, well, relatively cheap per studio. You kind of get what you pay for. If you give them time to actually work on the project and like a budget that's more than 60 pence and a bag of M&Ms, they can do good. They can definitely do good. You can see that with some of the animes they make. But it's not amazing. They rarely ever make something where it's like, yeah, this is top and quality animation. Or at least not from what I've seen. I don't know if they have made anything that's been like, you know, super well received. Oh gosh, darn it, I just dropped a very tiny piece. But I found it. Lowest rated anime episode bad. Yeah, I guess that's true. Oh darn, I keep dropping it. Because these gloves don't have texture. Oh, now where did that go? It bounced off the spoon like that. Oh gosh, I do not see where that went. Okay, I'm looking for a grey piece of plastic on a grey, very thick carpet. Found it! Here. There we go. There we go, got it on. Now just blue. There we go. JC staff made a lot of good stuff in the 90s. Asumanga Dio was one of theirs. Oh my gosh, Asumanga Dio was great. The animation of that was quite good too. absolutely adore Asumanga Daioh. In fact, actually, you can probably tell I like Asumanga Daioh because if you look at my banner, it's Asumanga Daioh inspired. I absolutely adore that. And G20, C21, C22, C23. So this wants to go like that. Really? Okay, if you say so. C21, G21, is this C? I forget, no, that's B. That's E. So is this one C? Yes! Okay, so it wants 21, 22, 23. 21, 20. Oh, they're all right next to one another. Nice. They're all very tiny bits that are going to be very difficult to hold with these gloves on. What's the colour scheme going to be? Black Templars! I'm thinking that I'll have a lot of yellow in these colour schemes though. Because I'm running Black Templars and I have 13 detachments. Each one has its own like shoulder pad colour. Like one of the shoulder pads of any person in each of the detachments is either like blue is for 1st detachment, purple is for the 6th detachment, the relic detachment, which these belong in, the 3rd detachment, are going to be yellow to represent the Imperial Firsts. '21, 22, 23, yeah. So this piece goes like... No, it goes the other way anyway. So definitely gonna have yellow on it. Don't know where I'm gonna put the yellow on the vehicles. I've not really thought about that. Probably also have blue because effectively instead of having red on our weapons and stuff, we use blue. Because I just don't really like the red and I want my Black Templars to feel unique. Also, I'm thinking that they might not be Black Templars because I'm building 40,000 points of them and it's 1,000 Marines. I'm like, okay, maybe they're a new chapter. Maybe the Crusade grew to such a stage where the Inquisition was like, nope, you have to become a new chapter. Which kind of makes sense, because my Black Templars are themed more after some of the older editions' ideas of how Templar behave. Inspired by Monty Python. And like revealing astropaths and stuff. Oh, little windows, adding little details. Wait, JC Staff did Toradora. Toradora as well! Oh my goodness, I loved Toradora. Oh my goodness.
Inquisitor Chan has decreed you cannot crusade at this size anymore. Get bonked.
Well, we can crusade at that size. We just can't be part of the Black Templars. I'm thinking that would be really cool. And I've got like 2 Inquisitors already. And I'm thinking about getting a 3rd one. With, like, do you know that new Avian Knight? Maybe not new. Model. I'm thinking about getting that and just using it as an Inquisitor. Or converting it so it's got like a bolt pistol or something. Will they still use all the Templar iconography and stuff? Back again. Hello! I don't like primary colours on my vehicles usually. I can understand that. I mean, really, I don't like the vehicles not being, you know, camoed, at least to some extent. But at the same time, it's like, it's 40k. And the Templars, they're bold, they're brash. We're gonna nom you, nom 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 nom. Yeah, painting in here is gonna be annoying. Probably not gonna paint too much in there, to be honest. Hello, Bat. How you doing? Slim Shady's back. Back again. Tell your friends. Back, 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 back again, again. Tell your friends. With a real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Bam, 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 bam. My sister absolutely loved Eminem. Never a big fan of Eminem, although he does have some really nice songs. Like, he's got one that like makes me cry sometimes. That is about his daughter. I'm like, oh my goodness. I can't even remember what the name of that song is. It's been forever since I listened to it. Honestly, painting the interior seems really fun to me. It would be if I choose not to glue the entire thing together, in which case trying to paint the interior would be very difficult, trying to get like a brush into here. And like painting that light and stuff. Like that light would be fine. This bit would be fine. That bit would be fine. It would still be difficult like getting around to the side and stuff. And that back thing would probably be fine. I mean, what I'd probably want to do is get some lead belcher paint and just spray it inside this thing. So the entire thing just gets covered in lead belcher. Actually, no, the best thing would be Chaos Black on the inside of the Mechanican Grey. And then just dry brush lead belcher into there. Yeah, I really like how detailed it is from a like diorama perspective, because I feel like that people who make dioramas would really, really love just how detailed it is, like all along there and stuff, especially like one of those dioramas where you're meant to take off the top. I mean, one thing I could have done is just not glued this thing onto it, because sometimes I do that with vehicles, like my Land Raiders, I don't glue the top part on until after it's finished painting, just so I can paint the inside better. But I don't really think that will work. Like, if we look at it here, it looks like it has to go in like, oh gosh, this is not easy to put together actually. Looks like it's meant to go like this. There we go. Yeah, this bit, yeah, I wouldn't be able to take
a bunch of lead on it, rinse it in Null oil, call it a day. Follow me for more high-level painting tips and tricks.
Yeah, so this one I could have just take the roof off because it goes right into this line here. But what did I want? I had a piece, it was this piece I wanted to cut off. Isn't Eminem where also the word Stan comes from? It's about an obsessive fan named Stan. And how they're bad and a stalker and stuff. And now Stan just means, I support you, I like you. It's like, no, Stan was terrible. He was a stalker. He was all yandere. Well, that's actually the word fan also is very similar, in which the word fan comes from the word fanatic. Yes, that kind of fanatic. And yes, fanatic did mean zealot. Crazy person. We talked about yanderes. Now, I was talking about Eminem and then etymology of words and how the meanings changes. It's a bit like sophisticated apparently didn't mean, do you know, posh and sophisticated as it does today. Instead, it was like an insult for being unsophisticated. Or so I've heard. I've not actually ever looked that up. But there's a bunch of words like that. So it wouldn't surprise me. What's your least favourite mini to assemble? Oh, the Geomancer is definitely on one of my... on the list of not a fun mini to assemble. Because it's just so fiddly and feels like I'm going to break it every single time. The Fellblade was really nice to assemble. Trying to think. Probably the old Metal Lictor. Or Biovar. Because I had some of them and oh my gosh, they broke all of the time. Like they've got these long metal arms and the arms are super heavy and the connection point's really small, so it just always snapped off and fell over and everything. Hello Tail, how you doing? I want to learn all the turns because they're like 8 categories. Yeah, the only 2 big categories are Yandere and Tsundere. Yandere is basically being obsessed to a point of stabby stabs. Tsundere is being, you know, liking someone but not wanting to admit it, sometimes not to yourself. And then there's like Deri, which I can't really remember what that one is. I got one of the old Abaddons. I thought assembling his arms wouldn't be as hard as the mem suggested. No, it's difficult. One of the difficulties with metal models is that assembling them for the first time isn't too hard, especially if you've got some decent super glue. What you want to do with them is you glue them. You don't want to use too much super glue because that's actually really, really bad. You want to use a very small amount. One, when it's a small amount, it will dry quicker. And 2, the weakest part of the super glue is actually the glue itself. So when you got a thick amount of super glue, like a thick layer, it's likely just going to tear itself apart. And because glue doesn't stick well to glue. The thing that you want to do as a result is you want the bond to be relatively thin amount of glue. The other thing I suggest is using a bit of green stuff on metal models, just to keep things held together. One of the reasons why things like metal arms absolutely suck is because glue is terrible shearing force. Like if you apply a shearing or twisting force to glue, like, you know, that type of force, it breaks really easily. If you're doing a pulling away, it doesn't break. So like if you ever glue your fingers together, don't pull them like that. Just twist it around like that. It will snap the glue bonds. Lots of berries in the world. You saw snow outside. Oh, nice. I've seen frost outside, but no snow yet. Yeah. So if you have But so what you want to do, like with Abaddon's arms, you want to put a tiny bit of glue, preferably a little bit of green stuff as well. Like for green stuff, especially under his arms. But what happens with like Abaddon's arms is because they're so heavy for force, like if they're glued together like that for force, separating them, gravity, it's not just pulling it apart. It's more of a force downwards, and that really snaps the bonds quite easily. Oof. The other thing is you definitely need to clean up the model first. Metal models, you need to clean them, wash them, make sure they're fully dried. It's very difficult. Metal models are not fun to put together. Resin models also aren't great, but resin models are made out of like, resin is lighter than the metal. So it doesn't have the same issues. The fine cast resin, the one thing I did like about fine cast resin is that it's a lot more flexible. It has a lot more flex to it, and it's a lot easier to glue than forge road resin. Forge road resin is not the most brittle, but it is relatively brittle and it's quite heavy. Fine cast really light, really flexible. When models went from metal to fine cast, I was happy. Like, fine cast sucks, but it's better than putting together a blooming metal model. Oh, there we go. I've assembled knights, and that was way easier than my Abaddon. Knights aren't too bad to assemble. With both the knights I've assembled, I've not had any real trouble with them. There have been some models I really didn't like. The Crusader squad, the way the pieces are numbered, is not the most fun. Some of the old world models haven't been great either. Like, they definitely feel the age. You've got absolutely no numbers. You don't know which piece goes with which. But thankfully, they were made in a modular way, so each piece doesn't necessarily have a specific part it's meant to go to. The guy I mentioned last stream, Miniscape, also made an Abaddon model. The old one too. It looked neat. The old Abaddon model did look kind of cool if you could get it not breaking. Some old Mechanicus models are difficult. I want to build my I've got a box of like Combat Patrol, the old Combat Patrol for Mechanicus. I've just not built it yet. I was going to build it after we finished the Mechanicus streams, but then we had the Terminator stuff. Okay, so I want 2 more barrels now. 2 more barrel parts. Here we are. I want to build a town now, but it costs like 400. Is that the giant battle suit? I don't know what is the most difficult model. I don't really remember the difficult models too much. There's some models that are difficult to build, but I wouldn't say I didn't like building them. Like the Saturnines, relatively difficult to build, but very, very nice. I enjoyed building them so much. Like, I don't mind that it had a little bit of extra difficulty to it. What's the most expensive model?
You thought it was the era of Mechanicus, but it was me Terminators.
Yeek! Mine's a Bio-Titan. I do want one of the Bio-Titans, but just don't have anywhere to put them either. I've got a Warhound Titan. I bought it off eBay, relatively cheap. They said it was Forge Road. Was not, it was a recast. But that was relatively cheap. I do have Mastodons. They're not my most expensive model in terms of how much I spent on them. Because I got them for like 70 quid each. I just got them on eBay. But they are proper Forge Road resin. And as was suit, they're very expensive. So they're probably my most expensive models that I still have. Yeah, I can't think. The other model that's super expensive in a way is my Battle Fortress or Battle Wagon, because it's made out of 3 chimeras, uses parts from an impulsor, uses parts from a Death Dread. Actually, it might be 2 Death Dreads. And then what else does it use? Oh yeah, a bunch of grots and stuff from mech gun kits. I mean, if you were to build it and buy all the parts for it, it'll be extremely expensive. But it was made out of spare bits, so it's not that bad. Oh gosh, my stomach's really bad. It's got an RFBC of a knight, remember? Oh yeah, it's also got the knight weapon. A big old battle cannon on it. Rapid firing battle cannon. You want to get one of the old Gargants. Did they ever sell Gargants? I don't think they did. They sold metal Gargants for epic scale stuff. I don't think they ever sold from in 40k. Oh, actually, no, maybe for really old armor cast ones, because I do remember. I say I do remember. I don't remember them actually having it. I do remember seeing a bunch of like armor cast titans when I was looking online at stuff. So maybe that's what it is. Old armor cast stuff, which is like pre-Forge World. Yeah. I don't even know what those Gargants look like. Okay, so 16 and 17. And 17. Okay, so it just looks like 23D, 23A. Okay, they just go into there. The Gargants are one of the models of our time. I want to get, although I've been struggling to find it, is... Oh, Anthony, you know the Titan I'm talking about, the Seleneshi one, the Tormentor Titan or something. That was the one I always wanted. I did actually find a 3D print for it, but I don't have a 3D printer, and all the prices I looked at online were just like too expensive. I need to actually find a friend with a 3D printer who's willing to print it for me. Subjugated class, yeah. That's a beautiful model. Oh god. Look up Armorcast, Eldar, Titan, Denison. Okay, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Don't forget to like the stream if you're not already. Eldar, Titan, Denison. Don't correct it to Eldari. Armorcast. A lot of the Armorcast stuff was very derpy. Not open link. Oh, I wanted to open image. There we go. Oh, White Dwarf 5-1. Oh, wait. I want to look at this. Oh, what is that for? Look like Sisters of Battle. But could be like Age of Sigmar stuff. But is this the Titan you're talking about? Denizens is someone in your chat. Oh. Yeah, sorry. Denizen of Misery. Yeah, sorry. And the Armicast Gargant has an... Oh, yeah, the Gargants. I remember them showing, like, the old Gargants in White Dwarfs and stuff. But they were, like, homemade ones, most of them. And, yeah, they do have a big old crotch cannon. Which is probably a purposeful placement, if I'm going to be honest with you, especially with how old it is. I just saw a video about Armicast models. It was pretty good. Yeah. I remember something about Armicast. Was something about, like, they worked with, like, a separate company or whatever. Worked with Games Workshop. I thought was cursed to be my least favourite Age of Sigmar faction for disrespecting them. The one you have. Oh, I do like the old Armicast Titan-y stuff. I also really want to one day get to Viva Titan. For so many things that I want. In terms of like Titans and stuff.
My ultimate intimidation tactic, whipping out my gargantuan cannon and slamming it on the table.
Oh gosh. There we go. Oh, my tummy hurts. I apologize. Went for Tire Titans, some Age of Sigmar. But I don't like. I like the Titans in 40k. Oh. The Wraith Titan is really brittle. Ooh, like, is that the Armicast one? I know Forge World models, they're a bit more brittle than, like, the other resin they used, that Finecast one. But most of my Forge World resin stuff doesn't break that easily. Like, I accidentally threw a model across the room, and the only parts that broke were the parts where it was glued together. I want to make a Chaos Titan, but my Bio Titan was so expensive. Need to chill. Yeah. And definitely feel that. There we go. If I one day become successful enough that I can afford all of these things, you'll love larger models. But large models are cool. For one thing, like, as well, is I don't like have any room for them. Especially these massive models, I have no idea where I'll put them. Here we go. It's such fun painting projects. I've not painted any of my big things yet. Oh gosh, tummy pains. I'll get into me's. There we go. We got that piece done. And now we need to get the underneath part. Okay, so that's that. And I want E8 and E7. So I've not even got the tracks on it yet, my goodness. This is definitely a very big, relatively difficult model to put together. And compare it to the Land Raider that we built. This is a bigger, much bigger project. It's a lot bigger than a Land Raider, mind you. So, can't exactly blame it. So, this wants to go here. Oh, it wants to go here. Okay, there we go. The Feral Blade is one nicer to build than this one. It's not exactly bad to build, it's just very time consuming. C5, C5. Okay, then you go over here. This is the worst bit of a model though. Should hopefully be fine once the rest of it's put together. Okay, where do I want C5 and C5? Okay, let's space 2 bits. Oh gosh, I'm just gonna lean back for a little bit. How does one even transport a Titan to your local game, let alone tournaments? Do you know those little kiddie seats you can get? Yeah. I actually have seen Titans strapped into kiddie seats. So usually how I saw it is what they did is they put the Titan in like a big old cardboard box. And then they put not foam around it, like bits of cardboard cut out to the roughly the shape of it, just to kind of give it a bit of protection, or like bits of paper and stuff. And then you'd carefully put that onto like a seat and put a seat belt around it. Then you just take the box with you into the shop, just very carefully. I remember someone came in with a, because we had like an elevator and stuff to get to the, and it was right on the car park. So they had like a trolley. But do you know those some types of trolleys that you use at airports and stuff? Not like a shopping cart. And they had they brought a Tau Manta in. Doing that, Tau Mantas have to be one of the most beautiful models. My goodness. Without a doubt, one of the best. Usually disassemble it into 10 pieces. So the Tau Manta was definitely arrived disassembled. Other Titans didn't. Nowadays, what I hear is people buy some really strong magnets and all of the large pieces are magnetized as opposed to anything else. You know, normally glued or whatever. And the reason for that is it then allows them to sorry, this piece, I'm struggling to figure out how it goes.
Behold,
together.
my child, it's a Warlord Titan. It's actually less expensive than an actual child in the long run.
Yeah! Also, especially if you're adopting. Adopting can be expensive. It can be tens of thousands of pounds. Like, we need more people adopting. Well, give me money to adopt. But yeah, the how did they transport Titans? Oh yeah, with magnets and stuff. Magnets are really, really good. Because what happens is, like, you got your Eldar gun, really long, thin piece of resin. Well, not that thin, but when it's that big. Someone hits it. And what would normally happen is if it's got a glued joint or whatever, you risk the joint just snapping or the piece snapping. But when it's got a magnet, instead the magnet becomes a weak part. And instead it just turns around the magnet or it just wobbles on the magnet and goes back. But as long as it's a very strong magnet, it will always act as the weakest part of a joint. Or like, so if it gets hit, that's the part that will always break. And because it's a magnet, it will just put itself back together most of the time. It's a bit like if you ever use flying stands for very thin pieces of plastic and you don't want to replace it with some like a bit of like metal wire or something. One of the things you'll find is it always snaps and breaks. Put them, and they also always fall over or get knocked over really easily. Instead, if you put them on a magnet, so you cut off the top of a flying stand, put a magnet on it, then put a magnet in your model, you'll find instead it'll just like, it will wobble, it will move, but it's less likely to fall over and it's less likely to snap off a flying stand. Remember to burp your Titans. The Imperial Titan just starts crying in Warhorns. Mars Pattern Warlord Titan or child. Me walking the baby stroll of an Imperial Titan on a local park. What else would you do? But yeah, magnets are a massive thing if you're building Titans or like resin models in general. You do require pretty large magnets, mind you. Make sure you to burp your Titan or they'll ionize the air and disintegrate the nearest continent. Oh gosh, sorry, my stomach is really bad right now. If you don't know, I've got a stomach condition. Well, I say stomach condition, digestive condition. Ow. I am in so much agony. It feels like I've been stabbed by a sword. A serrated, rusty sword at that. And I've been stabbed. I know what being stabbed feels like. Oh gosh. Actually, being stabbed's not this bad. That's why I added the serrated rusty part. Okay, I don't want to build the sponsons yet. Ah, gosh. Okay, C1. There we go. We're moving west. Yeah, I like that joke. Enemy spotted in west. To the west in a building on a hill. No. Enemy spotted To the west, in a building on a hill. Assassin. Confirmed, removing enemy. Dreadnought, confirmed, removing building. Warhound Titan, confirmed, removing hill. Warlord Titan, confirmed, removing west. Oh, now that's a good joke. Oh gosh, my... What did you get for Black Friday? Hi, Even. We don't really do Black Friday in Britain. We do like have a couple of weeks of just kind of okay sales. I wasn't planning to get anything, but I did notice the carrying case company I usually buy carrying cases from, and I do need another one, especially for my Terminators, was doing a good sale. And I didn't buy from them, instead I bought from a different carrier case company that was having an even better sale. I was like, I do need to get another carry case. I might as well just buy it while I'm here. Just do the thing. Oh, I had to eat into my savings a little fair though. Can a Warlord Titan remove World Hungry if it's shot it enough? Yeah, probably. World hunger is such a weird thing when you actually start researching it. Like, we produce more than enough food for everyone in the world. But there's so much waste. There we go. You know actually what you could do with a Titan? Like if a real Titan landed in the world, what you could just do is connect it to like the European energy grid. Which is like I think has a direct connection to multiple other energy grids. You just connect it to the energy grids and you probably got enough power to power most of the world for a few years. So yeah, if this goes like that, this would go like that, and this would go like that. Oh my gosh, this is not going to be fun to put together. You know, I'm not going to put it together like that. Instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ignore the instructions. I'm going to follow the instructions that are instead in other books for these types of vehicles. What you instead do is, instead of connecting the 4 parts together like that, you instead connect each of the parts into the track section. If I can get it to blooming fit on again. No, I had this earlier. The wrong one. It definitely feels like the correct side. Maybe it does go this way. No, it definitely doesn't go that way. Okay. My Warhound is white with cyan and purple trim. One of your favourite models. Ooh. Oh, there we go. I got it. Now I just need to take it off and glue it again. Actually, you know what? Actually, yeah. Glue it along this section and this section. Glue it along this section. Glue it along these sections here. Then, with any luck, there we go. That's how it goes in. Oh, that was not easy. And the Land Raider's not a fun model to put together though, because it always has gaps in it. It's one of those old models. Just has that issue. Then this piece wants to go here like that. That's fine. It fits perfect. Fits perfect. Fits perfectly. Is that way, isn't it? Yeah, it is this way. That goes there. Okay, I know why. It's because that bit's too low. There we go. Yeah, that would fit perfectly there. And then this piece goes like that. Looks a pain in the butt to, in the best possible way. I want to assemble one of these. A Spartan, I don't know if you can still get it on eBay relatively cheaply, because I got mine in the Age of Darkness, the old box set for Horus Heresy, and I got a second one really cheaply on eBay because, well, it was massive savings in the Age of Darkness box set. Okay, this meant to go into there. Okay, that's definitely how it goes together. So it's definitely not the worst model I've ever had to put together. I'll put it that way. But it's just, it's the main hull sections going together, and I think the instructions.
Ha, so do we think that's meant to imply the assault ramp is a sealed compartment, or that this has a double bottom hull?
Wait, what's this, sorry? Yeah, it looks like the assault ramps are kind of sealed compartment section. Looking at this. Looks like this is where most of the people will be, like for when you're traveling. Especially by the fact you've got these doors here that clearly are meant to open so you can get in and out. And then when you want to the assault ramp, this door opens up. The question is where is the main crew and the drivers and stuff? Like, open this up. There's no real room for them in here. It's like, there's not even a room for a gunner up there. Yeah, so I imagine you could have people standing waiting in here. But this is meant to be more of a seated area. And with how difficult... Oh, no, the other piece just goes on very nicely. Barely fits on the camera, doesn't it? Okay, that weight fits on pretty nicely. To be fair, when you stand next to a World War I light tank, you realise how little space a human body can take up. You have to remember that a World War I light tank has maybe 2-3 people in it, maybe just one. And these aren't a human body. This is a Space Marine in power armor. The Space Marines in power armor are meant to be crewing this thing. They do not take up a small amount of space. Have you seen the Empire Steam Tank? Yeah, the Empire Steam Tank's really fun. The other thing it's like about Warhammer tanks is that even like the Guardsman tanks, you often see like an armoured person is meant to be inside it. And you look at real life tanks, it's like, yeah, an armoured person is not meant to be inside that tank. That's the last place you want an armoured person because they're going to overheat and get claustrophobic very quickly. Or just not fit. Like, this is an 8 foot tall, or maybe 7 foot, with it being Horus Heresy. A 7 foot tall superhuman. There we go. Yeah, definitely gluing it onto one side of a track, rather than trying to get the back part and the front part glued together by itself is definitely way easier. There we go. I ordered some, what's it called, Sharpies though, to do some of the cool stuff on Fish. Okay, now what does it want? I'll do for tracks afterwards. I want to do for... Okay, so what do we want? Pintle mounted heavy flamer, heavy bolter.
But they will be my Space Marines, and they shall know no fear.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so this is meant to have 28 Space Marines are meant to be able to go inside of this. Excluding the crew. 28 Space Marines. Okay, but not Primaris Space Marines like this dude. But they are still 28 of them. And now if they were in Battle of McCrag Space Marines, maybe. But even then, the big old shoulder pads. And on top of that, you got the crew. You've got one gunner, who I think is meant to be here. A gunner for each of the side weapons. And then a tank driver and the co-pilot. And then maybe a tank commander. And the person who's meant to be like a pintle mounted weapon here. But what type of pintle weapon do you think we want? Do we want a heavy bolter, multi-melter, or heavy flamer? Okay, Space Marines won't suffer claustrophobia, but Others could. We also need to... I don't wish to be an alarmist, but I don't think this tank is going very far without some method of propulsion. Oh yeah, no, I've not got the tracks on yet. I'm doing the tracks after I get the weapons on. Well, at least the weapons up here. I think it'll be pretty fun. New recruit. New recruit. Let's check. Relic battle line. Oh, front door. Someone joined. Wave to say hi to Chef's Cruise. You have all of the rules. Lawful. There you go. You're fully in for Discord server now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I want to go to my new recruit page. What do I want? Spartan Assault Tank. Here we go. So, Pinto mounted. I said heavy bolter. Could go for multi-mounter though. Quad last cannons. One two weapon could be a twin heavy bolter, twin heavy flamer. Arm visit could be a twin last cannon. I do like last cannons. I think a twin flamer might actually be really fun on the front. And then we could go for a heavy oh, Pinto mounted heavy flamer might be fun. And we are Templars. Purging the enemy with flamethrowers makes a lot of sense. And also using multi-mounters makes a lot of sense. Can't have a rocket launcher on it. Do you know for... not for rocket launcher. Hunter killer missiles. Last cannons are fun. Last cannons are fun. I do like them. It does have quad last cannons. According to the Legends rules, it can have heavy destroyers, but I just don't have them, so. I really do love a heavy destroy laser thing. So it gets 8 last cannon shots a turn. That's just like the World Eater's Land Raider.
That reminds me, does this great Crusader vehicle have the ever-elusive drive sprocket? Or does it just rev impotently while glaring?
I don't know which one would be for drive sprocket. These might be for loose. You know, the... Oh... The things that just allows slack on the vehicle, I imagine these might be that. Or one of them might be for drive wheels. I'm very unsure. I can never tell with these things what's meant to be what. I imagine one of these is meant to be for drive wheel. And then the other one's meant to be a loose thing. I mean, we can't actually have a twin-link last cannon in 40k. I mean, maybe we might get updated rules for it and it can have a twin-linked last cannon. But does it really need a twin-linked last cannon when it's already got 4 of them? Thinking heavy flamers to help deal with just infantry that's trying to like get around it or something would be good. And where did I put my blooming pincers? Over here for inside the booklet. And Pinto mounted, maybe a Pinto mounted heavy. I do like the idea of Pinto mounted heavy bolters just because of how ridiculous they seem. And they are very good just all around sort of weapon. Because they damage 2 and they get sustained hits, meaning they actually have quite good damage potential against pretty much anything. And I think AP -1, people scoff at it a little bit too much. It can be a very effective weapon. Just gonna have to be very careful trying to glue these in without gluing it in. And I could definitely make this sort of thing so it's all magnetized, but magnets suck. Who needs magnets when you've got just living with your choices? Living with my mistakes. Everything that I do is a mistake to you. A mistake to me. Mistake to everyone we see. Kind of regret not trying to glue these guns in beforehand. Yeah, there's definitely parts of this where I think the instructions were wrong. Well, not quite wrong. I mean, it works perfectly well if you follow the instructions. But it would be much easier if you just ignore the instructions and do some of the stuff out of order. Idler wheels, that's the one. Doesn't look like there's any... I don't know. Other people are probably better at telling which parts of the tanks are meant to be drive sprockets or not. I was in the RAF, not the... I mean, I did come up with some basic ideas for how tank designs could work. And why certain tank designs were absolutely terrible. There we go. Heavy flamers. Brother, get the flamer. The twin-linked heavy flamer. Okay. Okay. No, I'll just go for heavy flamers. The thing it's most likely to face, I have to struggle dealing with, is infantry swarming around it. In which case, having like bunch of just attacks that automatically hit at strength 5, AP -1, probably going to be relatively useful. As opposed to attacks that are at -1 to hit. Because the enemy is in melee with you. I don't really like adding characters, you know, sticking out and using for pin-tool mounted weapons. I like to always think of a pin-tool mounted weapons as, oh darn it, I'm an idiot. No, that's not how I like to feel them. I just put glue up for one place where I shouldn't have glue. Yeah, this bit's meant to go in here. Yeah, I don't like the idea of someone having to stick their head out to use one of the weapons. I just like to imagine it's like automatic, like it's connected to a machine spirit, or they can control it remotely. Which doesn't feel very, you know, Warhammer-y, but not everything does have to. Na, 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 na. So go like... Where does it want to even connect this to?
Steam tanks are great, steak tanks are better, but what about Marienburg land ships?
Marienburg land ships are legitimately the best. I absolutely adore Marienburg land ships. I think canonically they only made like 2 of them though. Although again, I find anything where it says canonically they only made 2, but then they just allow you to have rules to field as much as you want. I always question just how true is it. Because steam tanks, the law was there's only 13 of them, except when the law was constantly contradicted, and you could have as many as you wanted, effectively. And for always being blown up. It's like, we don't know how to make them anymore. Okay, but one of them got destroyed and it's fully repaired. It's been completely destroyed like 3 times. You too wish to give enemies a full broadside. Lips. So that's there. I then want to put like the case on first. I definitely want to get a light for it. I say case hatch. I should probably put the smoke launchers on it because, you know, no one's going to see this thing coming. That's the size of a giant. Now, could this fit 10 Terminators inside, do you think? This definitely feels like it's more appropriate for them. This feels a bit like, do you know where they did the entire thing of scaling up all the models? This feels more like a scaled up Land Raider. Like realistic size for it, with the fact that it's meant to have so many Marines inside, like 10 of them. Trying to think. With a Primaris, how many do you think we could stand in? 1. Stand in shoulder to shoulder. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I could think maybe 20 of them could realistically squeeze into here. One of the things I will say about Games Workshop vehicles is that I doubt that the armor is that thick. In terms of like, if you scale up the entire model, I don't think the plastic walls of the model will scale up to the same thickness. Like when you realise that this guy's meant to be 8 foot tall, so this vehicle is like 10, 12 foot tall. That means you're timesing however wide it has to be. That means this is like many, many inches thick. Which it might be. I mean, it is Warhammer after all. But the likelihood is it's not even a third of how thick it would be if scaled up. Meaning that the inside of it will be a lot more spacious than what you'd actually expect. So potentially you could fit more things into it. At least that's what I always say. It's like, things are going to be more spacious. What I would like is for Warhammer to release a vehicle that has a multiple hunter-killer missiles on it, and you can use them all in one turn if you wanted to. And they do already have some stuff like that, like the Leviathan has 3 hunter-killer missiles. But like its entire rule set is just, I have a vehicle, its entire rule set is focused around one-shot weapons. So it's just really good killer of enemies. Okay, does it actually have smoke launchers on it? That's what I should check. Does it have a grenades keyword? Does it have a smoke? It does have a smoke keyword. Okay, there we go. Be careful. Death Strike artillery battery. Oh yeah, that is one of them. Okay, I'm thinking about putting the smoke launchers just in front of it like that, to the side, so it completely just covers in smoke any enemies. Or it gives like smoke cover to anyone charging out of it. Oh my gosh, what they should do is they should release a new Chimera kit, right? Because the Chimera kit is pretty old, I believe. And the Chimera kit should have like multiple ways to build it. There should be like a command Chimera and a hunter-killer Chimera doing like themed on for modern day Bradleys and stuff. Oh, and it should be able to upgrade instead of having a heavy bolter for hunter-killer one, should be able to take an autocannon. It can only transport like 5 dudes or something. Death Strike is the one for nuclear missile. I mean, it is just a one-shot weapon though, isn't it? Or is it not still a one-shot weapon? Used to be. But yeah, and then it's got like 3 or 4 hunter-killer missiles on it. Of this Chimera. And it's got the rule that every time it fires at a vehicle, it can reroll to hit and reroll to wound. And it gets +1 to hit if it stayed still that turn. Oh no, all of its weapons have a heavy keyword. When firing hunter-killer missiles, it gets to reroll to hit, reroll to wound, and reroll the damage roll. Turning the Chimera into, unironically, one of the best tank killers. With a 2d6 attack, strength 16 profile. Yeah, doesn't it have a rule for where, like, you pick a point on the battlefield, everything within range of that point gets hit with the attack? And the weakness of it, though, is you have to pick the point before you actually do the attack. Okay. I want to put a light on it too. It's got smoke launchers, but it also has a searchlight. So while you're hiding, you can make yourself very, very clear and obvious. A36, A35, A34. Okay, so it's just those 2 pieces. Okay, this one. I wonder what that piece goes to, though. A49. I like the Manticore missile. I used to have one of the both the Manticore and the Death Strike. I think the Death Strike was just made on a Chimera. So I bought one and then just converted the Chimera into the other. Because you get both of them. But 9th rules, it's how it is now. Where you'd roll a d6 and add the battle rule number on a 6+. I think you could launch a Death Strike missile. Yeah, that was like the super old rules, similar. Was quite similar. And I think it was like the only non-super heavy that used the apocalyptic blast template. I feel like there was another rule for it though. I don't want it there. Could have it here. No. I don't want the light. Oh, that's a bit of spoof there, but wants cutting off. 9th meta was Manticore spam for guard. It was a strong profile, but I argued Basilisk could take triple guns at double the point and do just as good. Manticore, I think Death Strike when it was out was never like the, you know, really worth taking. It was good in Apocalypse games, but that was about it. Like when I was using it. The Manticore, on the other hand, was definitely the better weapon. You get multiple shots. Actually, I think it was a one-shot weapon, but you got 4 shots and you could only fire each shot once per round. But I think I had like 2 profiles, anti-infantry and anti-tank, and you could use each profile depending each turn. Death Strike is a meme, a hilarious meme, but a meme nonetheless. I think if it was cheaper, there would definitely be uses for it, because it would struggle to get any kills, but what it does allow you to do is gain control of a battlefield. In which case, you can effectively use it to say, I'm going to fire here. If you move here, you're dead. It's like, but that's the objective I want to capture. Yeah, and I'm going to move my guardsman on top of it. It's like, but your own soldiers will die if you like, if you fire there, your soldiers will get killed. It's like, yeah, I'll only actually fire there if you move there. And I am willing to lose some guardsmen to get rid of your troops. One-shot weapons when you have to shoot twice. Yeah, I think the Manticore's old rules is it got 4 shots, but you could only shoot once per turn with it. And it's like, you know what, that's fair. I don't mind that. The likelihood it's going to get all 4 shots off is pretty low. I might be misremembering, though. Some of you may die,
but that is a sacrifice that I am willing to make.
Yeah, that's exactly how old guardsmen were played. And that's exactly how you can play guardsmen. I think that's where the goodness of the Death Strike comes in. It effectively forces your opponent to either commit knowing that they're going to lose troops, or forces them to fall back to avoid losing those troops. With that being said, they can always just commit a bit, commit enough to where it's not really worth using the Death Strike on them. But enough where your guardsmen at the point wouldn't be able to fight it off. Yeah, I mean, I could put this on. It says it comes with this thing, and you could put it on, but it's like, where do I put this? Do I put this here? That's like the worst. That's the worst bulldozer I've ever seen, but you have seen me, barely. I mean, it could actually fit there. But the front of your blooming thing would actually get in the way of it. Oh my god, it's so stupid. I kind of love it. Yeah, I'm not going to put the bulldozer on. I just wanted to see if it could work. Playing an enemy if its objective is mine and enforcing it with a nuclear missile is very on brand with Guardsman. I don't even think it's a nuclear missile. Maybe it is a nuclear warhead. But for the size of a missile, the Death Strike is so memmy. Because of the size of a missile, it's got a very small warhead and travels not very far. Like, it's 120-inch range. Or is it unlimited now? Probably unlimited. I believe when it came out, it's like 120 inches. I mean, the reality of a Death Strike is, you could just say, I've got a Death Strike. It's not on the battlefield. It's about 20 miles away if you want to get rid of it. And this model is just here to represent, I have a Death Strike. That would actually be really cool for rules. And you could do similar with a Basilisk. That would actually be really fun if we could have a... You could set them up in reinforcements and they could still fire from reinforcements. Oh, that would be amazing. But they're like much less effective or something. Like, especially a Basilisk. Death Strike, it would be like a weapon that you're not meant to have on the field. It's a plasma warhead, but it still works. Yay! Thought so. I mean, the missile is still oversized for how short range it really is. Or at least how short range we use it in 40k. Like, for that size of missile, you could probably fire it to cross a continent. But, yeah. What are you gonna do? Okay, now I can do the track. So we got C18. What is this? That is C18. Nice. I am actually really disappointed by the Guardsman. Do you know where you've got the artillery detachment or whatever, siege detachment? That is probably the most disappointing of them, in which it sounds so cool and thematic, and it's you effectively just use it to give you
2d6 attacks, ballistic skill 2+, strength 16, -4 AP, 1 damage. Range, not applicable.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty cool. But I do wish we got some other stuff with it. Okay, I'm thinking it goes there. Yep, that looks like where it goes. Then you got C20. Like, why wouldn't you have 20-inch range on your plasma gun? No. It needs to be. Yeah, for siege detachment, it's probably the most disappointing guard detachment for this at the moment. Ooh, that's how it fits together. That's nice. Because you don't really use it except for just giving guys stealth. Like, I thought to be like, oh, this is cool. Maybe I can use it to, like, inflict mortal wounds on an opponent and stuff. And it's like, no. That's not what it's used for. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to be looking at... I just got a modification from an artist. I'm gonna go glue that there. There we go. There you go. Zoom in a little. There you go. So, artist messaging me. Important stuff. Don't want to leave them hanging. There we go. I just noticed the Ghost Kill suit the other day. Pass alone operative. Meaning you can't target it unless you're within 18 inches. There we go. Okay, now I want C16. Which is... That's 19. Oh no, it's just a single piece. Never mind, it's just any of the single pieces. Then I want 19, then 13, then 18 again. Then 17, then 2 more 16, then 19 and 13. Okay. Very big track. Very nice model to put together though. I say very nice model. It's not the worst model. I am regretting having 2 of them a bit. Very difficult to put together. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, my tum-tums isn't fun. Yeah, this is being harder to put together than the Fellblade though. Much larger model. Very good. Yeah! Okay, so this is going together nicely. Very thick tracks. Very nice. I do like how there's no gaps on it. That is a very nice thing. With the older models, like the Land Raider, Predator, Rhino, Razorback, those types of things, they always have an issue of just gaps forming in them. Very difficult to put them together. Okay, then I want piece 13. Imagining that's this other track piece. Yep, piece 13. Then we want 18 again. Ooh. Dropping parts. Boom. Love it. I do love this model. Okay. 18. There's another 18 down here. Good. Then we just want to get more parts. Oh, sorry, I missed that thing. Walks up to another table in the store, puts a token of a battlefield, refuses to elaborate, leaves. 1 turn later, comes back, blows up a different battlefield. It would be cool though to have, you know, like units and stuff who the entire thing is you want from in the reinforcements just to do stuff. And there's not exactly much your enemy can do about them. I imagine it'd be very hard to balance though. Oh gosh, imagine the hammerhead set up in reinforcement zone. Like, yes, I am just going to target your Titan with a vehicle you can't hit back. You'd have to introduce like an entire thing called support artillery, and then you're going to have units that specifically target support artillery. So like you could have a Terminator where the unit counts as destroyed because you can't bring it back in from reinforcements. But instead of bringing it into the battlefield, you can use it to just basically shut down your entire opponent's support artillery for the rest of the game. Meaning that it's always going to be useful to have a unit that can deep strike, that you can just sacrifice to get rid of support artillery, except then you could have some who are going to be like, well, I got support artillery, but it's not very good artillery.
If you set up that hammerhead off the table to shoot at the warlord, then the warlord gets to removing west your reinforcement pool.
Yeah. No, although hammerhead, their range isn't that insane. Although if you actually go to the lore, it kind of is. But it needs a direct line of sight. And that's the hard thing to achieve. So it definitely have to be vehicles like Basilisk and stuff, very long range, doesn't need line of sight. And in which case, honestly, a Warlord wouldn't even be able to counter, you know, a Basilisk. because it doesn't really use, you know, indirect weaponry. It can remove west, but we're like multiple kilometers away. Laughs in fire prisms. Yeah. I do find the fire prism rules kind of interesting. I just wish it was a little bit better. Because the rule makes it very strong if you want to take multiple of them. But if you only want to take one, I don't really feel it's worth its points cost, especially with just some of the other options you've got. Like, Eldar aren't really lacking in terms of actually decent things at dealing with the enemy. Like, the Bright Lances are an extremely powerful profile, and you've just got Bright Lances everywhere. Guardian platform, Bright Lance. Warhound, Wraith Lord. Can get 2 Bright Lancers. Not fire prisms. Falcons and Wave Serpents can get Bright Lances. I think even twin-linked ones. So Eldar definitely in a strong I can hit you, you can't hit me situation. That's not a situation, but they're definitely in a very strong I can get rid of your vehicles very easily situation. It's a bit like Dark Lances on the Dark Eldar. They're just everywhere. And they hit incredibly hard. They're stronger than last cannons. Hello, Sophony Rose. You haven't been here for a while. You've been celebrating a lot. Oh, I hope you've been having a good time. What you been celebrating? Hope you've been celebrating some good stuffs. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's very nice. Every like of the stream is another track that gets completed. Okay, now for next track. Been celebrating your birthday and the fall and winter season. Ooh. Did you get any good stuff? Did you get more fruit? You better be getting fruit. Have you seen there's a new Kroot model coming from Games Workshop? I actually think it's an old Kroot model that's getting a reprint for Boxing Day. Wait, were you one that liked a Kroot? It's hard to remember. Or am I mixing you up? No, got a lot of D&D miniatures. Ooh, that's very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay, so which way does this go again? Goes this way. And it wants to go hither. Yeah. It's very nicely so. Don't need lots of glue. Oh, yeah, there we go. And then I want, is it 19 next? No, 2020 is next, which is this piece. Then it's 16, then 19, then 13, then another 18. And a 17. Well, we've been building this giant tank and lots of Terminators. But so far, giant tank. I can imagine 10 of the, the Terminators are built yesterday for cataphractes in here. That would definitely fit. 20. Horus Heresy scale models though. 28 of them. Maybe they're like really all pressed together. Oh gosh, what is this? The thing is, I want to add like some Black Templar detailing and stuff to it. I still got so much left to build. 17. No, it's 19, isn't it? Yeah, 19. Oh my goodness. These tracks are... I want to compare it. Once I've built it fully, before I get the details on, like little crosses and stuff, we can compare it to a Land Raider in size. I think it's much, much bigger. Okay, then is it... No, it's 13. It's 13 next. I'm going to cut off both of the 13 pieces so I don't have to bother with this sprue anymore. There we go. Merry Christmas! Did Cuptle actually say Merry Christmas? So I am flying. I've just decided to lean back because my tummy hurts. And my back hurts. There we go. Yeah, I'm just going to throw this sprue to one side for now. Oh gosh. Then what do I have? Wait, did I take that piece off? I didn't. Why am I doing breaking up the sprue and I'm not even taking the piece off I wanted? There we go. Don't forget to take care of yourself, you silly billies. There we go. Okay, now piece 13 goes up the top here. And it's like, oh yeah, slots item. Then you got piece 19, no, piece 18. And it's piece 17. You stinky. I'm not stinky. You're so mean. Making me cry. Oh goodness, what time is it? It's, oh gosh, we've like an hour over time and it's still not finished. This is definitely taking longer. I thought it might be a bit of a long build, but I wasn't expecting it to be this long of a build. We've still got the sponsons left to do. The rest of this track to do. The rest of this track's almost finished. So don't worry about that too much. There we go. Then it's piece 17. Then 2 more 16s. And 19. And the final bit is a 13. Now these sponsors look very much like other sponsors we've made. I'm not the biggest fan of the design of them. Oh, okay. They're not the best sponsor design. Okay. We've almost got the tracks done. Just 2 more of these pieces here. 2 more little pieces, then 2 bigger pieces after it. Oh my goodness. Just go. Yeet. And you go right onto that piece. I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. There we go. I'm looking forward to the next DC films, which is a weird thing to say because I wasn't looking forward to a lot of DC films in a long time. And I like some or plenty of them, just very rarely ever looking forward to them. Superman was great. There we go. Ooh. The old track's done. There we go. Oh my goodness. Now it's just... Those are contemptor bits. Okay, this bit. This one. We've got to build the quad last cannons. Should be relatively simple to put together, to be honest. So... 6, 7, 6, 7, yeah. Very simple. Gonna have to do a lot of extra sprue cutting here though. You stinky. Cute. Oh, there we go. Snap. Snap. And then we take this little gun turret here. And, oh! Boom boom! And this little one here. Yeah! Then I want to take this bit here. Oh my gosh, every time I say boom boom, you know what I'm reminded of? Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Where they've got that weird pyramid scheme thing that's kind of half Scientology inspired. And it's like health foods and stuff. NutriBoom. That's it, NutriBoom I think it was called. It was like boom boom. Boom boom. Weird cult. Then the other one. Over 7 last cannons. We got 8 last cannons. You know what I think we should do? We should just strap quad las cannons onto every vehicle in the Imperium, I just think they won't lose then. And do you know that motor lance thing that the Leviathan Dreadnought has? Yeah, go with that as well. Like, I brought out a Predator. It's like, okay, what sponsons did you go for? Quad las cannons? Don't you mean like... Wait, you can't have las cannons on a Predator, can you? Oh no, you can, you can. Wait, quad las cannons? Yep. The turret's also quad las cannons. No, the turret's a laser destroyer. Sponsons, quad las cannons. Enemy tank comes along. Explode them. Enemy infantry comes along. Just turn them to dust under the sheer amount of attacks you're getting. Oh my gosh, could you imagine the Dark Eldar trying to raid a world only to find out there's just quad las cannons everywhere? Those raiders would get torn to shreds. Actually, I think heavy bolters and autocannons would be more dangerous to the Eldar. More shots, but just as capable of tearing apart the vehicles. Well, raiders are not as lightly armoured as they used to be. Because raiders had the open top rule. And what that meant is that it effectively acted similar to the assault ramp. Everyone could shoot from it. Like, anyone on the vehicle could shoot out from the vehicle. And it acted similar to the assault ramp, in which if you moved, you could still disembark and the unit that disembarked can still charge. Well, the downside to it is it effectively, whenever an enemy rolled on the damage table, they'll get +1 to the damage table result. And then if they had AP1, they'll get an additional +1. And if they were melter, they'd be rolling twice. But what this meant is that even at a glancing hit with no damage done, if the enemy rolled a 6, it could destroy you. I believe. $16, yeah. Yeah, these 16. So the sponsons here are just generic sponsons for multiple different vehicles. So you can build these as quad las cannons or normal las cannons. So it's got different parts. It's a bit confusing sometimes looking at them. Down, Brooklyn 99. I loved Brooklyn 99. I liked Holt. Holt was cool. There we go. Gluing it together. Then I gotta get going. It's time to fix some vehicles. See ya. Bye bye. Good luck with your vehicle fixing. Wait, are they like Warhammer vehicles or real life vehicles? There we go. Yeah. What's everyone's favourite sitcom? Personally, I have no idea what my favourite sitcom would be. A lot of sitcoms I kind of love. Those instructions are wrong. I'll show you. So it's got these instructions, right? So about flashbang. But it's telling you don't glue them in the middle. But you're meant to glue them in the middle. You don't want to glue them onto those holes. Or if they're not wrong, then it's easily confused or easily misunderstood, misinterpreted. Because the thing is you want it to be able to turn, but if it glued, you basically want it to be glued onto this thing, and then you want it to be able to move freely. So you don't want it glued into those holes, you want it so it can spin. Although there's not necessarily much room for it to turn anyway.
Puff word of the day. Injury. I stepped on a fishing hook. Not he.
Oh, hi French Puff. You stepped on a hook. You stepped on a hook. Did you? Injury. Oh gosh. I hope your foot's okay. Yes, indeed, for real. Oh no. My tummy's very painful today. What we do is we glue inside here. So this can come into there. There we go. Yeah. Oh, you had to pull out the barb. Oof, that's not fun. Like old bow and arrow stuff. Oh darn, I didn't put a little thing in that's going to go on the triangle there. What's that? Why am I getting notifications? Stop phone. Because normally you can push it in so that you can cut the barb out, but it's too deep in to do that. Oof. That's not fun. I imagine it was very painful. Okay, having to move around a very tiny piece with these gloves on is very difficult. You caught yourself. Oh my gosh. You were caught, Bob. Footed. Sorry I'm so low energy at the moment, by the way. Just in a lot of pain. It's very difficult to concentrate on this and think at the same time. There we go. It hurt, but it didn't bleed so much. Yeah, it's your foot, your feet. The bottom of your feet's generally pretty good at, you know, not bleeding and stuff. Okay, so now I want some wires. I've never been a big fan of the wires and these types of stuff. So yeah, you want it moving like that, some of these things move. You know, the top bit also moves. So you want it glued into the last cannon, but not to those parts. Makes you think of cartoons, they accidentally catch themselves with a fishing hook. Oof. And then they throw the line and they get thrown with it somehow. Okay, is that 20 and 21 there? Yeah. Oh, my stomach is in so much pain. I'm sorry, my throat also isn't good. I need a drink. Ba-down, 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 ba-down. Yeah. Drinkity drinks. Okay, so this goes in. Ow. Goes underneath. Oh, there it is. It goes into here like that. And clips to there. You've got to be very careful not to get glue in the wrong place here. There you go. So it goes in like that. I want to show it still turns. And this one. One's glue in the same places. I like using a knife with these things. There we go. Yeah! When my brother has tummy, that's a bit upsetty, spaghetti. He takes a warm bath shower. Warm shower would be very difficult right now. I don't think he can stand up. Especially not for that length of time. I like having warm baths sometimes. I just need to lie down and just let myself recover. Just one of those things. So I might not do all the Black Templary details today. Oh gosh, I didn't want to glue that part. I just wanted to glue it in there. Oops. Whatever. We got fish. Yeah, and that then plugs into this like... Oh, that's very loose. Very loose indeed. It's gear loose. I should probably do a magnet on that one just so it doesn't feel so loose. Actually, I wonder if I can. Would hopefully have just enough room there for a couple of magnets. Oh, hello, Smilex. Don't worry about being late. It was a morning stream. I know not everyone can make the morning streams, but not everyone who can make mornings can make the afternoon streams either, so I'll do a bit of both. There we go. Thanks for yeeting at me. And then we want to make sure this is facing the other direction. Like that. Oh, you're yeeting at me. Was that a chicken nugget you just yeeted at me? And hopefully the two will fit nicely together. Dino nugget, yeet, dino nuggies. Never mind, I just broke them both off. Sounded like Muttley from Wacky Races then. This one I want to just place face down. That's not how you place it face down. There you go. Need a little plastic pokey thing. And poke the magnets without it getting magnetized. Oh, darn it. Okay, you should be good at this. No, I don't want it getting stuck there. Oh, darn it. I hate this. I hate trying to use these tiny magnets sometimes. And that's the wrong way. And tell because it's got bits of glue drying on it, that side. There we go. Tissue, come here. Banana. I'm not a banana. No. Never be a banana. Okay, now just let that dry on both of these. And hopefully that'll be fine. We're going to start just making the next weapon. Eat the banana. No! No, don't eat me.
Nom 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 nom.
No! No! I'm not a banana, I'm just a little cupcake who looks kind of like a banana right now. So mean. Look at the little Cuptle gif that appears when you do noms. Oh gosh, my tum-tums. There we go. Thankfully, I already have some food made. I don't have to worry about that. Oh god. There we go. Consume cupcake. No! I don't think that's a command though, so that's fine. Oh gosh, this is an insane model build though, my goodness. Piece by piece it will go together. Almost finished it now. There we go. Then just two more of the little last cannon heads. I need to consume flesh. Well, we cupcakes, we don't have flesh. We just got cupcakey goodness to us. We got the friendliest of goodness. There we go. You're dueling one another. No! Okay, these two bits go like that. Then these two bits go together like this. And these two bits go together like this. Then we got the triangle bit. Which goes into just down here into that triangle zone. Guys, you're hurting me. No, it won't go in. Okay, so there we go. An equilateral triangle, hopefully. Oh no, that's not. No! The other one did so. The other one went in so. No! The other one went in so well. Now it's upside down. Okay, your brother went on perfectly, really quickly, really well. Why can't you do the same little light? Such a tiny piece, easily missed, but I know it will annoy me. How did you even move like that? There we go. No! It's on. It's on. It's done. It's done. The little light at the bottom, so you can't even see. Oh, that's because the light's not on. There you go. There's a little light down there. Why is the name of the holy cottage? Can't we fight to the death? You can.
Cupcake. Why in the name of the holy Kaiser can't we fight to the death?
You didn't do the target properly. You targeted Dr. Smilex. You have to do Dr. Smilex 1997. Or did you do that? No, you had to do dual Dr. Smilex 1997. Otherwise, it won't work. It won't recognize which Dr. Smilex you're trying to target. It is you doing it wrong. More. Wait, Dr. Smilex 1997. Oh, that means I know when you graduated high school. Old enough to remember. Ow. To remember the Berlin Wall like it was yesterday. I'm joking with you. There you go. See, if you redo your entire targeting duel with Dr. Smilex and just put the 1997 on, it will work. Is Dr. Smilex a real doctor? No idea. Probably not. Don't trust him. He's Alfarius. Did you put the 1997 on? It doesn't look like you did when you're looking at your duel. It just says duel Dr. Smilex. No, don't click on his name. Don't like just type it in manually. Oh. For some reason it probably just didn't get it caught. Just try it again. Sometimes that will be an issue if you look. I'll do it again. Sometimes it's just an issue with YouTube. Because it's just not appearing on my... it's not appearing in my chat. There we go. Oh gosh. So that sounds like a YouTube issue for whatever reason. Yeah, I might have to rely on Dr. Smilets to do it. Oh gosh, my throat really hurts. There we go. So we want it to be on this side, so we want to be like donk. Why doesn't it want to fit together? Oh, darn it, I'm dropping everything inside. Oh, I'm in so much pain. You don't need to wager for points. The issue that's happening, it sounds like, is Frenchpuff is writing the message, but YouTube is just not letting the message through. Based on what's happening, because if we're not seeing the message, then YouTube's restricting it. And it's not even one way, it's restricting it in a way that I can, you know, look at it and say, no, that's allowed. Held for review, that's called. Is
Warhammer Total War 3 a part of the Age of Sigmar universe?
In a way, technically, but not really. It's part of the Warhammer Fantasy universe, which is a completely separate thing. When I say technically it is, it's because Age of Sigmar, it takes place after Warhammer Fantasy. But technically... it is the same universe. It's only a technicality. Okay, no, there's not enough room to... oh, gosh. The magnets don't allow enough room. A corn! GG. Wait, who won, sorry? Dr. Smilex won! Oh my goodness. Where's my clippers? There they are. I'm just going to clip these magnets off since they're not working the way I wanted them to. Oh gosh, that one's really well on there. It should be effective. There it is. It's off. Blood of a blood god. Skulls of a skullaphone. Slippers of a cold feet. And cheeseburgers of a kitty cats. Cheeseburger, 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 cheese. Cheeseburger, cheese. Oh my gosh, my tummy hurts so much today. Did I put this on upside down? No, I didn't. Good. Good, good, good. Who else loves cheeseburgers? If your answer is not you, why do you have to lie to yourself like that? Why? You let me down, you let your mother down, you let the whole school down. You don't know if that's a joke from the Vicar of Dibley about the balloon boy who ran around the balloon with a pin. Not with a pin, he ran around the balloon school with a pin going pop, 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 pop. It's like, he let the school down, because you get it. There we go. Oh, it's working! Bit by bit, we got stuff working. You're gonna go now. Bye, Dr. Smilex. I let the whole school down, you know. I let them know future too early. The joke in the Vicar of Dibley is the vicar who's telling the joke. The person she's telling the joke to doesn't really get jokes. And she takes it too seriously. It's like, oh no, the balloon boy was so mean, so cruel, he needs to be punished. And she just finds it sad instead. Or funny. Look at it! It's a Land Raider! It's a Spartan Assault Tank, sorry! Oh my gosh. When it comes to all the Templar bits on it and all the decorations, I'll do that another time. I'm sorry, I'm just really, really in a lot of pain right now. But as I said, I'll show you it next to a proper Land Raider, a normal Land Raider. So, next to a normal Land Raider Crusader, it's significantly bigger. It's a little taller, but not a great deal taller. It's a little wider, but not much wider. And it's notably longer. Like, that's the biggest difference between them. This thing's a lot longer. Actually, in terms of height, the Land Raider, a lot of its like height is in its hull, which is taller than the Spartan Assault Tank hull. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, it's not that much bigger. Ought to be a lot bigger, especially considering it's got 28 room for transporting, not just 12. And it's got double the last cannon power of a standard Land Raider. But since I'm in pain and stuff, I'm going to just quickly end the stream here. It's even painted grey. Yeah! We're still not painted the Land Raiders, I apologise. Wait, is this one where I was meant to put the Black Templar bits on afterwards? Added purity seals. Yeah, I've not actually added the Black Templar symbols on them yet. It's got the Terminus Crux on it though. But this one is one where you can actually take it apart fully though. So you can paint inside it a bit easier. Maybe, well, not fully. You can't take it apart fully, but you can take it apart a lot. Oh, gosh. Oh no. There we go. It clips together. Not very neatly, but it does clip together. Oh, it does have a Templar multi-motor on it though. Wait, I thought the Templar multi-motor was meant to have a cross on it. It doesn't. Okay, so this goes like... Honestly, probably better to put this one up top and the Stormbolt to down here. Oh my gosh, I got random hair stuck to me. But thank you for coming to the stream. Big hearts to you all. Do you want to check if Briar's live or something? Oh gosh, I don't think YouTube's not loading. Come on. I don't know. I'm in a lot of pain. I don't mind. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. Bye bye everybody. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to take care of yourselves, be kind to others, vice versa, all of that good stuff. Work hard, play harder, eat good food, sleep well, dream of cupcakes, but don't eat for cupcakes as the friends of food you eat. Bye bye everybody. Love you all.